Nikinga network ne. Sino joina njani manje? Ndathatha ngamandla ngizoze meeting board.
Kanibodi. Manje wona
Mkhulu understand nangifona i-board ide ngoba uyibonile malana le meeting.
manje bangikutheni into
Ngifuna athi i-board uzotoka ne-meeting ngisonke nje ngoba wayibona uthi ngabe ngalenzelile
bonile manje.
uthi ngifuna ukubona singayibona bese ngenda njani mangibona.
But let me think the addicts. Manje bangikutheni into le organization kumele thathane board utaphendula. Uphezulu kube wrong. Basi ngingamela ngiphendulisa. Sayini manje.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can
Hello,
anyone
it's
perhaps?
Jacob.
Who is Jacob?
It's
Sorry, who
Jacob
are
here.
you? Are
I'm
you the one
Jacob.
presenting? Are you the one presenting this?
No, I'm also a participant. I'm also invited to this meeting.
Oh, okay. No, because I was just wondering if it's still continuing because I don't see anyone. It was supposed to start at 9. Does anyone perhaps know?
I don't know anything. I am just as clueless as you because that's, I think, the reason why you and I are talking. I think the meeting is continuing. Otherwise, maybe you and I have not received the latest communique as to what the latest developments are.
Yes. Yeah. I'm also not sure now, unless they're late, perhaps.
Yeah, or people are struggling to get through, just like I did.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks, Jacob. I will also just wait. Thank you.
Am I the first person to join?
You know what? I'm not sure now. There was 2 other people, someone with the name of Blessing and then a Rudo or someone, but then, yes, and myself. So I'm not.
We haven't heard.
Where are these?
We are still waiting. They are not yet connected. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
So people are joining.
I think so, but our power is going off at 12, so I can only join until 12.
And the convener of the meeting, is he or she perhaps available? Hello?
Jacob, I don't have a clue. I myself, I'm also waiting. I'm not sure who's supposed to be.
But it looks like people are continuing to join now. I've seen others. I think now we are about 4.
Yes, that's right. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Moya.
The meeting is starting at 9:30.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, so people are joining. Time is still there, yes.
Is it not 9 o'clock?
No, 9:30, Jacob.
9:30. 9:30, that's when the meeting starts.
Oh, okay.
So I can disconnect and then come back at 9:30.
Okay.
I think. Let me see. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the info.
Welcome.
Why did I come in so early?
Hi, morning. Okay, and you? No, they're awake already. Come in.
There's plenty on the line, but I don't think there's enough eggs clear enough.
You sure?
Yeah, I threw the sheet over. I got soaking wet off what the bottle at all.
No.
That is why to wash it all and stuff off.
Shame, man. Thanks, Antika. Yes, baby. Mm.
Oh, just tell it to the small
Oh, no, it's fine. He's fine. Come through. No, you must eat food first.
Are you? Are you okay? How are you feeling? So,
Good morning, everybody. The session will start in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's Melanie, signed in as Miriam. We are aware that everybody has the trouble with load shedding today. There will be a recording. So if you do happen to have load shedding and have to fall out, that is fine. Recordings will be sent through to everybody. Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Morning, everybody, on this very cold, chilly winter's morning with load shedding and everything else we're facing. Thank you for joining us for our governance workshop. It is now 9:32. Shamim, if you think we can maybe give
I
them
can't
another
hear
3
now
minutes or
clearly. I
so
don't
to
know
see
what
if anyone
happened
is
to your
running a bit
volume.
late.
Hello.
You muted, Shamim?
Earlier when you spoke, when you introduced yourself, yeah, I could hear you clearly. I don't know what happened now. I'm trying to increase my volume. I don't know what happened with the volume on your side.
I'm not sure. I didn't change any on my settings. It could possibly be from your side, Jacob.
Hmm.
Can you hear me
Am
now,
I the
Jacob?
only one who's having a problem with the
I can
volume?
hear perfectly. I can hear both of you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Jacob.
Yeah. Okay, let me try and log
What I
in again.
suggest is maybe log off and then re-log in again. Sometimes that does help. Can you hear me, Jacob? Sorry, Shamim, just to go back on that.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yes.
Now I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, perfect. Can we give everybody maybe a few more minutes just to log on? I know there's difficulties with load shedding and stuff this morning.
Okay.
And then also just to advise everyone who wasn't here earlier, there will be a recording. So if you are kicked out due to load shedding or not able to attend, the recording as well as the presentation will be forwarded to everybody.
Okay. So shall we give another 10 minutes or 15 minutes? So just so that everybody knows.
That's perfect. If you're fine with that, I'm fine with that.
So let's say
Should we
15
say,
minutes.
should we make it 10? Then we don't run too far behind with the schedule.
Okay, sure, sure.
Okay, so we're gonna start at about 9:45. If everyone's fine with that, just to give everybody some time.
Okay, great.
Well, I've got other commitments and later, so I hope you will be kind enough to pardon me when I leave earlier.
Not a problem. This the schedule was for 9:30 to 3, but that's fine.
We
Okay.
will not be later than 3, even if we start 15 minutes later. Okay, so see you all.
Thank
Just
you.
now.
Miriam, I also need to leave at about 10:30. I'll be back at about 12:30. That's Gary from Betchicum.
Thanks, Gary. Sorry, it's actually Melanie signed in under Miriam's account, but not a problem. That has been noted. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Melanie.
The next time I go to take a pee and there's shit in the damn toilet. So I sent that video to my husband this morning and I was very upset because every time I go to the bathroom in the morning, there's always poop in the damn toilet and it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. But I specifically remember today that there wasn't toilet paper in the toilet, just shit. So I finally saw my husband today and I was like, you know what? Why wasn't there toilet paper in the toilet? And he tells me that he just hops in
Hi, morning again to those of you who've just come in and to those of you who are here. While we're waiting 2 minutes, and while we're waiting these 2 minutes, can all of you present please introduce yourselves in the chat function, just to say which shelter you come from, your position at the shelter, and just something about what you would expect from this workshop, your main hope or expectation from the workshop. So which shelter you come from, whether you're manager, board member, your position in other words, and your main key hope from this session.
Is there anybody talking?
I'm asking, sorry, my request is for people to use the chat function. So let's call it a chatterfall, where you all put in at the same time, so like a waterfall. Just everybody right now, type in, and everybody do it at the same time. Your name, well, you don't have to put your name unless the name is not the name of the person you logged in as. So we want to know which shelter you come from, what your position is at the shelter, director, manager, whatever else, and the main hope you have, the one thing you'd like to take away from the session, or the main expectation you have for the session. So if we can have everybody right now putting this in. So we have like a waterfall, a chatterfall in the chat box. Is it clear?
Where do you do that?
There's a chat function. If you go to the bottom of the Zoom screen, you'll see participants. Okay, there's unmute, sorry, there's mute, there's the video function, participants, then there's chat. Click on the chat function and type. Use your keyboard to type.
Mine says share.
Oh, there should be a chat function. Okay, and we can just scroll through quickly to get a sense of who's in the room.
I don't seem to have.
So we'll allow you to verbally tell us. So can you tell us?
Okay, when you are ready. I'm ready when you are.
Go for it now.
Okay, my name is Mohehle Jacob Mahau. I come from Child Welfare South Africa Webinar. NPO, but we also have a shelter under the same name. I'm the chairperson of the board.
Thanks. Thank you so much. So we have, by my count now, 29 participants. It would be lovely to have heard each and every one of you, at least in this opening session. But unfortunately, it's just not possible on Zoom to do it in this way and in the time that we have. But I have to say that even given the limitations of Zoom and not meeting face to face, I find it wonderful that we can do interventions like this, that we can have a training of this nature without people having to travel long distances, to be away from home, and to spend the time in travel that it would normally take. So the pandemic and Zoom have brought new ways of working, which we can also benefit from. So on the one hand, I'm sorry we cannot be in the same room and we cannot hear each and everyone's voice. And for me, this is very important because we want learning experiences to be participatory. And I will try as far as possible to make this as participatory as we can within the limitations that we do have. So with that, welcome to you all. I see most of you are involved in management, either as board members, managers, or senior social workers. So part of the management team, some of you are board members, and welcome to this session, which is based on or focused on issues to do with governance. I think you've all received the handout. Can I have a show of hands or to check that you've all received the handouts that were emailed to you? A thumbs up would be great. If you can use the function, Jacob, you can say by voice, but a thumbs up to just say that you've got the handout. The handout that I sent is very much based on the PowerPoint presentation I will be making. So you have the key points that I will make in the PowerPoint presentation. You have them on your handout. So I see quite a few thumbs up. Thumbs up. Is there anybody who did not get the handout? Please indicate by voice, and then we can make sure we send it to you if you have not received it. Anybody who hasn't received the handout?
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. My name is Linda from Ikwezi Shelter. We did not receive the handout.
Melanie, could you please send it?
Yes, she can send it via Beatrice's email address.
Great. Anybody else who did not receive?
Good morning. My name is Margaret Bugor from AMKE.
Morning. Have you not received the handout?
I have not received it yet.
Okay. Melanie.
Sorry, if I can just step in, it was included on the actual invite. So if you look at your calendar on the invite, it will all be there. However, it will be sent out again with the recording and the presentation when we send it out.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's just that I would like everyone to have it for the session. So if you can look at the email, because you will need it for the reflection session that we have. Okay, so
thank you so much. We do have it from you, is it?
Okay, great, great. So if there's a way
have
to
it
access it during the session, that will be great.
Okay, thank you so much.
So what we sent out were handouts. We sent out the objectives of the session and a sort of outline of the content. And what I'd like to just go through briefly with you is the objectives of the session. Okay, so the objective of the session is that managers and board members, sorry, we don't need the handout now. Melanie? We don't need anything up on the screen at the moment, Melanie.
Thanks,
Okay,
Shamim.
so the objective is that managers and board members of shelters affiliated to the NSMSA will deepen their understandings on the importance of good governance, the key principles necessary for good governance, the key elements necessary for good governance. So it's the importance, key principles, key elements for good governance. To also have time to reflect during the session of what is working well in relation to governance in your shelters. So as I go through the PowerPoint, I expect each of you would be thinking about, okay, do we have this in place? You know, and think through some of these questions of what is working well, but also what are some of the challenges that you need to address in order to improve governance of your shelters. So those are the key objectives. In terms of the program, I will present via PowerPoint. Again, I would like this to be as interactive as possible, given that this is happening on Zoom remotely and that there are so many of us. But nonetheless, please step in, ask a question, indicate with the hand up icon that you have something to say. And between Melanie and I, we'll try and pick up the hands. And because I'd like to make space for you to interact even as I go through the PowerPoint presentation. So a lot of it today will be PowerPoint. Also, we will have moments for you to reflect. And I'd like to start us off with a reflection, which you will do via free writing. So I will use free writing as a form of reflection. So the method I will use is PowerPoint, presenting ideas, but also moments where you will reflect individually. We won't have any group breakout sessions, but we'll have points in the process today for individual reflection where you will reflect using free writing as a tool to see how these things that we're talking about relate to your own situation in your own shelter. Maybe I should have started with this, but to just say a little bit about myself. My name is Shamim Mir. I've met some of you in shelter workshops previously, but not all of you. My own background is in social work. So my initial qualification was as a social worker. I worked for about 10 years in social work and then branched out into working on women's rights, mainly through media. I was one of the founders of Speak magazine in the 1980s and a publication called Agenda, also in the 1980s. And much of my life's work has been about, and I can say life's work at the age I am now, has been working with women. So even when one's a social worker, I mean, I worked at child welfare. Most of the people I saw were women. I became very attuned and involved in the problems women experience in working class communities. I've worked with women in trade unions, in community organizations, as a community activist. And I've worked since the last maybe 10 years with the shelter movement, doing research on women in shelters, the experiences before sheltering, the experiences in shelter, the experiences in life after shelter. We've put out publications, NSMSA publications on this. I also worked on the activity book, Letting Our Power Glow, for women in shelters to have some activities and reflection type activities really that they could engage in while at the shelter. So that's a bit of my background. In terms of governance experience, well, Through working on Speak Magazine, I was involved in running, the organization as a board member, coordinator. So I've had a bit of experience in that area as well. So that's about me. And if I can move to the first item on the agenda, right, that I've set out, and that's for you to spend a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes, reflecting through free writing. I'm not sure whether many of you have had experience of free writing. Thumbs up if you have, just to get a sense. So free writing is a method that I often use. I use in writing workshops in particular, but I also use as a tool for reflection. Often in workshops, we rush into groups, and I always like to have individual reflection before people go into groups, or individual reflection before we get into a plenary session. Because this just helps you sit with your own ideas and make visible to yourself things that you might know about a subject, but don't even know you know, because these ideas are still in the unconscious. So it's sort of stream of consciousness. It's allowing your thoughts to flow freely. You are just writing for yourself to unearth your own ideas. We all have powerful ideas, but we doubt that our ideas are powerful. And this helps you just bring out your ideas without worrying about the things that prevent us from writing freely, such as, do I know how to spell these words? Do I know how to say this thing in English if one's mother tongue is in another language? Is my grammar going to be correct? What will somebody think if they hear me thinking this thought, right? So the internal censor in your own head, where you often think you're not supposed to think certain things. Like you're not supposed to challenge power. You're not supposed to challenge authority. What would someone think if you had to say something that's too challenging or that might sound rude? So free writing is a way of unearthing your own innermost thoughts. Free writing you can do in whatever language pleases you or whatever language you feel you express yourself best in. So that's a bit of a prelude to what free writing is about and how it's supposed to help you unearth thoughts without the censor in your head or correct language and grammar stifling your thinking. And I'd like you to use that to just start putting down your thoughts just for yourself, right? You're not going to share this with anybody. And the first 3 words I'd like you to start with. So sometimes it helps to have a prompt to set you off on your free writing. So I'm going to give you a prompt, the first few words. And the words are, I understand governance to be. I will write it in the chat function. So this is your own idea of governance. And at the end of the day, you can come back and look at this and see, okay, what new has come out from today? So it's just you letting your thoughts flow freely, beginning with the first few words, I understand governance to be, and you just free write for the next 10 minutes. So start now. You can write on a piece of paper, write on computer, whatever's easier for you, in whatever language you would like to write. It's just for you. So I'm giving you 10 minutes for this. Okay, if you can start rounding off the last point you're making. Again, it's so difficult to see whether people are free writing, whether you're finished, whether you're not finished. I'm assuming not everyone found it easy to write for the full. I think you've had about 9 minutes now. Some of you might have stopped at 3 minutes. Some of you might have continued. But I think for me, one of the exciting things about free writing is that you sometimes realize how much you know that you didn't think you knew about a subject. So often we underestimate what we might know. Can we just have say a few people, 2 or 3 people just sharing what was the free writing exercise like for you? Were you able to write for the full time? Did your thoughts flow? Was there anything interesting that you learned about your understanding of governance? The first 3 hands I'll take. You can hear me, right? Just checking that I'm not on mute. Kim, Safia, go for it.
Okay. Good morning, Shamima, and everyone. So for me, it was the thoughts just flowed for like 5 minutes, and I was writing nonstop, and then after a while, I thought it felt like 10 minutes must have gone. After 5 minutes,
Yes.
it felt like 10 minutes must have passed already. And I seem to have stuck to, what I think good governance is, but also some concerns that I've had as to how people have used governance in a negative fashion as opposed to using it as a support measure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Kim. Safia?
All right. So the ideas were flowing, but the words, to put it into words is where I was getting stuck. And that's when I thought, this is why they said you should read a lot. I should read a lot. Yeah. So I know what it is in my mind, but to be able to put it into words was quite challenging. Can I share my 4 little points that I came up with?
Please, that would be lovely.
Okay. So I also want to add that I was so tempted to go and Google, and then I thought, no, I need to be honest with myself. Yeah. So this should be interesting at the end of it all to see if it aligns with the content that you're teaching. Anyway, the first one was that I understand governance to be rules and regulations around the running of an organization. Number 2, the roles and responsibilities of the different role players and stakeholders being stipulated. Number 3, it was guidance in terms of policy implementation, standard operating procedures and norms and standards. And lastly, it was uniformity and order across the sectors. That's it.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got space for 2 more. If there are 2 more takers. Safia, you're on the track, as we will hear. Kim, your hand's up from the last time, right? Okay, so it seems like we don't have anyone else who'd like to share this free writing experience. So let's move. Oh, Margaret, would you like to share?
Good morning. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I've just dotted a few things down of my understanding of good governance.
Yes, please.
It is the process on which we have to govern our organization firstly, having all protocols and procedures in place for good governance to provide strategic leadership to your organization and setting your functions as direction in making all your policies. That is my little understanding of good governance of any organization.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you are on the right track also. I'm sure you are all knowledgeable about this because this is what you do every day, right? Can the volume be increased? Somebody says. Are others having problems with the volume as well?
No, I'm fine my side. Thank you.
Okay, Rose is requesting. Melanie, can you chat with Rose and just see what?
Yes,
how we can help
unfortunately,
you?
volume is controlled from their side. That is obviously a setting that we can't assist with from our
Yes.
side.
Okay. Rose, I hope you can sort that out. Melanie, can we start, please, with the slides? So, okay, so somebody, look, load shedding is a problem. Nozuko says load shedding is scheduled and she'll rejoin later. I must share also, I meant to, that I have load shedding from 10 until 12:30. So I'm going to move from Wi-Fi to data, and I hope you don't lose me when I make that transition at 10. But we are all struggling with load shedding today. So we can start with the PowerPoint. Can you increase the size, Melanie?
Okay, can everybody see it though?
Great, that's great. Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Right. So I want to start with looking at what is governance. Much of this might seem very basic and clear, but I think we want to start with the basic nuts and bolts. So governance refers to a set of principles, policies, and processes by which an institution or organization is run. The word comes from a Greek verb meaning to steer. So if we look at the origin of this word in English,
We've lost you, Shamim. I'm not sure if this is your transition for load shedding. Sorry, everybody, if you can just please bear with us. Shamim should be signing in again from her dongle. Thanks. If you can please ask everybody who has not shared their name and the organization or their position in the chat, if you can please do so, as well as a reminder to all that a recording as well as the presentation will be sent out after the workshop due to load shedding and for those who could not attend. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. It's Thora Mansfield from the Open Door Crisis Care Centre in Pinetown. We have 2 shelters, one for women and a further shelter, one for men, which is, I think, one of the second in the country.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Advocate Matonsela from Patplas Shelter.
Good morning. I am Lungi Tsele from the House of Hope and Recovery Shelter, KZN.
Morning. Hello. My name is Zoto Kumalo, Patplas Shelter, Ms. Treasurer.
My
Good morning.
apologies, I'm back.
Thanks,
The
everybody.
Transition
Thanks,
wasn't as
Shamim.
serious as I thought.
Thank you. Sorry for those that were sharing their names and stuff. If they can please put that in the chat, that'll be appreciated. Thank you. Thanks, Shamim. You can continue.
Okay, so I'm not sure where I got thrown off, but let me go
So
back to
you
the
basically were
word.
just explaining the word governance.
Yes, so it comes from the Greek verb to steer. And so it's about steering the organization, right? And I'm getting this image of a captain of a ship steering this ship that is the organization. And to do this effectively, you need to have governance structures in place to achieve the organization's mission and objectives, to achieve the reason that the organization was set up for in the first place. Okay, we can move to the next slide. So governance is important because it plays an important role in defining how an organization is run. It helps to instill confidence among donors. And it seems that the better the governance of an organization, the more donors are going to be concerned or happy to support these organizations. Because donors know that the money is going to be well spent, that the organization knows what they're in existence for, and they're going to spend money on what they said they would spend money on, right? It also helps instill confidence in the participants within the organization, all stakeholders, from clients to people the organization might work with. In your case, the police, the courts, etc., and society at large. So society at large also would be more inclined to support an organization that is run well, both in money terms, but also in terms of being volunteers, in terms of giving their support in other non-monetary ways. A good governance policy, a good governance policy coupled with effective management is a hallmark of a successful organization. So management is part of governance, and effective management by the board and the staff, together with good governance, is the hallmark of a successful organization. So governance is something we have to take very seriously and we have to have in place. Can we go to the next slide? To expand on the question of why governance is important, it enhances the overall performance of the organization, prevents malpractices and corruption, improves better compliance with legal regulations and procedures. So what DSD might expect of you, what the NGO Act, I think it's not quite called that, but you know, the laws in terms of which non-profit voluntary organizations exist, those laws. It enhances accountability amongst employees, board members, and clients. It improves financial and strategic planning. Okay. Next slide. It facilitates better communication with stakeholders, donors, project staff, beneficiaries, authorities. As I said, donor agencies, I'll come to you now, Jacob. Donor agencies support organizations that have proper systems in place. It enhances stability and sustainability of the organization. It improves coordination and collaboration at various levels. Yes, please, can we hear?
I just wanted to find out, when can we ask questions as you go, or should we hold our questions until you are done with the presentation?
No, as I go is fine.
Okay, I would like to ask a question regarding the, which point was it? The one that talks about legal.
To go back to the next slide, please, Melanie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the third bullet.
Compliance with legal regulations and procedures.
Yes, and you mentioned the NPO Act, I think. Are there any other legal pieces of legal regulations or acts that regulate the space within which we operate that you're aware of?
No, I'm aware of
that are very specific and pointed to the establishment of shelters and the management of shelters.
The most, look, there'd be the NPO Act, which is more general in terms of the registration of your organization, right? And then there would be the DSD requirements, which would be very specific to shelters.
Which one is that? Can you please repeat?
Department of Social Development.
Or you don't have a specific?
No. Just the regulations in terms of which you receive your funding from DSD.
Okay, all right.
Anybody else? Does anybody else know of other regulations that are in place? So the main point we're making here is if you have a good governance structure in your organization, then you are more likely to meet the requirements and to be able to respond to any new requirements that may come up from external sources. So there are two different issues, right? The one is how you set yourself up so that the donors, government, DSD find you to be an organization that is worthy of support. But there are also internal governance issues that are important. And so it's the internal governance issues that we will focus on, because those issues make you a strong organization, right? It's those issues that enable you to steer your organization well enough so that external people find you to be worthy of support, whether it's government, DSD, or society in general. And so it's the internal issues of the organization that are crucial and critical, as we will see. Can we move to the next slide? Gary, sorry, Gary would like to say something.
Sorry, I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask this question, but I need to leave for my next meeting and I don't want to miss out. My wife and I started this organization as a ministry and as a calling. We believe it was a calling. And we started it in, we started our own shelter with a different name in 2004 and then took over Betjekum in 2010. We've been with Betjekum since 2010, and I was voted in as the chairperson in 2010 to take over from the founder when she went to India to rescue child prostitutes. And she's been there ever since. What is the thought process on the internal governance as far as I think this question fits in here? I've been chairperson of the board for basically 12 years now. And having tried to explain that we're actually a ministry, but we have a board so that we can get the funding, we can be registered with social development, all that sort of thing. I don't know if I've made my question clear. Or
So,
if it's
so your
even
question, so your question is?
is there a time frame for a specific time frame for a person to be chairperson, or in our scenario where we look at this as a ministry firstly, as a calling, and then we look at it as an organization?
Okay, my understanding is that this will depend on the articles or the constitution of your organization. So the articles in terms of which your organization is set up in relation to the NPO Act or your constitution as an organization. And different organizations would have different requirements in relation to that. But something that I think you would need to think about, if it doesn't stipulate how long a board chair sits on a board, what would be important rather to look at is succession. So what happens when you are no longer able to continue in the role you have continued? And this goes for founder members of any organization, because you're a founder member, right?
Yes.
Or the founder of the organization. So it's a question founders would have to ask themselves, the questions of succession. For how long are you able to continue in this role? And what is your plan for when you are no longer able to provide this role?
Okay.
So it's about,
sorry. Our constitution states you can serve on the board for as long as you are able and effective.
Yes.
Okay, so that's pretty open. As far as succession planning is concerned, we started this week with somebody shadowing my wife.
Correct.
Because we have decided at age 70, that's going to be our use-by date. Our sell-by date has arrived, but our use-by date will be 70. And that's just less than 3 years for my wife. So I'm a toy boy. I'm a bit younger than her. So we stuck it on her age. So we've decided at 70. So we've actually started with succession planning. But our board has changed. The board members have changed. And we've got a few new board members now. And they are wanting to change our constitution because they feel that a chairperson should not sit as chair for more than 3 years with the option of being voted in for another 3 years. Being a ministry and as you said, as the founder, and it's our baby, the words that were used in one of the sessions that we've done on this governance, we're the visionaries of what we are doing. I don't know if I want to call myself a visionary, but it's going to be very difficult to find somebody to come in after the organization's been in operation for 20 years with the same exact vision as what we've got. And that's why I'm asking the question, because our new board members are wanting to put a time frame. And I'm very concerned about that, because if we find somebody that has the same heart that we have, I don't want to see them leave after 5 years. I want to see them to continue and to continue the vision throughout the board.
So I think it's great that you've started succession planning. Shadowing is really, I don't think there's any other way of doing it. Shadowing is crucial and critical, and investing in someone shadowing while you are still there is so important. But I also want to say there are different ways of dealing with this, the issue of chair of board. I worked with an organization last week where they had a rotating chair, and the current chair has come back again to being chair, having been chair previously. So I think 10 years ago, she was chair of the organization. And because of the rotating system, she's back in the chair now. So rotation is also a way of giving different people an opportunity to be the chair of the board while the previous chair is still around. Magdalene, can you please come in? We'd like to hear from you.
Thank you. I would like maybe to say to Gary, what you shared with him is important. He can still be an ex-officio member of the board, still being there, mentoring the new chair, and also being able to support the new chair as an ex-officio member. So it doesn't mean that you have to leave out or maybe he can be scared of what if she's not there, but he can be an ex officio member.
Thank you for that. Our plan is for me for us to create a second chair.
Yeah.
And then for the person that's going to be shadowing me probably from January, maybe June or July next year, for them after shadowing me for at least 6 months, for them to take over as chair, and then for me to be second chair for maybe a year or whatever they decide. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm going to be very late for my meeting if I don't leave now.
Okay,
So
but
I'm going to have to go off.
Gary. That was an important issue for us all to hear. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for your response and your answer. I really appreciate it. I'll see you at about 12:30.
Okay, good. Okay, so can we continue?
Can I add something?
Yes, Magdalene, please do.
I think also the organization also should have a governance policy, also to strengthen their governance, that there should be a policy which binds them and which keeps them together to follow up on all the regulations for governance.
Yes, thanks. Thank you for that. Can we go to the next slides? Okay, so we talked about why it's important. Why is governance importance? So this slide pulls out 8 elements of good governance. It's a bit small, but I think we can all read it. So it's the rule of law, transparency, being equitable, having consensus or being consensus-oriented, being accountable, being effective and efficient, and participatory. Now I'm going to go through each of these elements in the next 8 slides. So can we see the next slide, please? So the first one, rule of law. It's important for an organization to comply with applicable regulatory and legal frameworks, right? We've talked a bit about which these might be, but in any country context, you will have to be aware of what does the country laws require of the organization. Then secondly, you need to have an internal framework. We're calling it legal. So it's not legal from the outside, but it's legal within. So if anybody within the organization infringes any of these, your internal legal framework, there should be disciplinary action, right? So there is an internal legal framework that protects all stakeholders. You need, in order to do this to have this internal legal framework, you need to develop your own policies. So like Magdalene has just said, you need to know what your governance policies are about. You need to have policies also for things like how you keep records, your formats for reports, trip and field reports, internal minutes. And I think referring to this as an internal legal framework is important because it indicates that these things are serious and it's not just done for the sake of doing, right? But you're doing all this for the sake of holding people accountable, of making sure that the organization runs smoothly, that everybody does what they're supposed to do. And as we will see later on, it only becomes clear when there are clear roles and responsibilities. So all of these 8 things that we're talking about are interlinked with each other. They're not separate things, right? As you will see as we go through them, they are linked. Can we see the next one? So transparency. This means that all information on your organization should be easily and freely available on places such as the website, organizational newsletters, media coverage. So you can get media coverage every now and again in the local or national media or international media for that matter. Reports, information related to board members, so who your board members are, what their skills are, for example, information on your donors, who are the donors of your organization. This should be accessible to stakeholders. Publicizing and showcasing your organization's activity will enhance the visibility of your organization and will promote public trust. So the more you publicize, the more people will know about you. And if that publicity is good publicity, then people will have more trust in your organization. Transparency is really important, and it needs to be done in a very clear, meaningful way. And I want to give you an example of pretend transparency, which doesn't help anyone at all. So I was recently working on a paper on women's land rights and looking at the Department of Land Affairs annual reports to find out how women are faring with land reforms. So in other words, have women been receiving land under the land reform program? How many women are receiving, and how much land are these women receiving? Well, I can tell you, they've got annual reports which are made public. You can pick them up on the website. The department has annual strategic plans you can find on their website. They have annual plans. Besides strategic plans, there's another document. So there's no lack of documents on the website, but you cannot see any information on how many women are getting land or on how much land these women are getting. So it would seem that there's transparency, but in reality, there's lack of transparency. So what the point I'm really making is, you want to put out information in a clear way, which really gives a sense of what is going on in the organization. What the Department of Land Affairs is doing, in my view, is pretending to be transparent, but in fact, they are hiding behind the figures that they are putting across in these reports. And that's something that you really have to be clear about. So your website must be something that is usable, that people can easily use. The information must be very clear so that people get the clear picture of what is going on. And like people say, unless there's corruption going on, you've got nothing to hide, and you can put across the information in a clear way. You might need to bring in media experts to help with some of this. But this question of transparency is really, really crucial and important. Can we go to the next slide? You need to be responsive as an organization. Your organization's policies should allow you to take decisions in a timely and judicious manner. And I think this point becomes very, very important given the pandemic and the last 2 years that we went through, right? Organizations had to be responsive and make quick decisions. Shelters had to make quick decisions. How do you respond to the pandemic? So that was, we would never have imagined a situation like we had in the last 2 years. Who knows what we might have to deal with as time goes on. You should be able to have policies that are not so bureaucratic that you can't respond in moments of need. So that's what responsiveness is about. Would anyone like to say anything about what I've gone through so far? Okay, we've gone through 3 of them. Let's go through all 8 and then you can come in. Let's see number 4. So consensus. All decisions should be taken only after consultation with various stakeholders. So we want to be responsive. We don't want to be bogged down by bureaucracy, but we have to consult. Consultation to arrive at consensus, meaning agreement, broad agreement among the key stakeholders, is crucial. So you should only take decisions after consensus from all board members. I would add from the management team, and bringing staff members also into the discussion and conversation. Participatory is another issue. Is it the next one on the slide? let's see number 5. Okay, accountability. As I said, these are all very interlinked, right? So accountability is also linked to consensus, to transparency. So you want to be transparent, you want to have consensus, and you want to be accountability. One way of achieving accountability is transparency. Another way of achieving accountability is bringing everybody into the discussion, so everybody is involved and engaged. And it encompasses issues such as the organizational management structure, financial procedures, human resource policies. So these are mechanisms, right, to have a clear organizational management structure so you know who's responsible for what, helps with accountability. Having financial procedures that are transparent, that you know who's responsible for putting these in place, for enacting these. Having human resources policies that are also clear around roles and responsibilities and what is expected of each and every person. So these would include your job descriptions, your performance management, clear roles and responsibilities for each staff person, so that each staff person also knows what they can expect from the organization. So it's a two-way process of responsibility. Participatory. Good governance requires participation from all stakeholders in decision-making. It ensures that there's freedom of expression, collaboration, and respect among decision makers. Now, it might seem that what do we mean by all stakeholders needing to participate in decision-making? Again, it goes back to accountability and transparency. Is that when you make a decision, there might be, we need to be clear of where the buck stops, right? So who is ultimately responsible for making decisions? But you, in order to make this fly, as it were, right? You need to involve everybody in understanding the process of decision making, and you need everybody to buy in, to use those words, in the decisions that are being made. Because if people are not happy with the decisions being made, if people don't feel they have a way of participating in a decision that was made, it's less likely that you will get people going along with the decision. So you need to find ways of being participatory, but without making this process of participation so unwieldy that you cannot make decisions. Is that clear? So there needs to be a balance, right? You don't want a dictatorship, but you don't want a situation where you are spending so much time in getting participation happening that you don't make the decision. So you have to find processes of participatory decision-making that are workable. Can we move to the next slide? Equity and inclusiveness. Good governance is based on principles of equity, principles of inclusiveness. This means that policies and frameworks of the organization should facilitate equal opportunities, irrespective of age, gender, culture differences. In other words, there should be no discrimination against anybody in the organization or that you are working with in society, in the community as clients, around age, gender, culture, race, and any other difference, ability, disability. I mean, I should have put in more of those, but you know, the things that often create discrimination against people, sexual orientation, race, class, the other dividers, which are often used to place people in some sort of hierarchy, like here are the ones we will look at, and these are the ones that are thrown out of the system. We don't want that situation within the organization. So it's inclusiveness that is really important. And finally, effectiveness and efficiency, all processes within the organization should help in enhancing effectiveness and efficiency. So ultimately, you want a situation where the organization is running effectively and it's running efficiently. So efficiently around how you use resources, that you're not wasteful, that you're doing a good job. That's around an effectiveness, that you're actually doing what you said you would do. Various policies can help. Your HR policy, your financial policy, policies around fixed assets in situations where you've got fixed assets, communication policy, and a range of other policies will enable the overall performance of the organization. Clearly, it's not only about policy. In other words, it's not only about having things written on paper, but it's also about having procedures that enable you to put your policies into action. So you need to have policies and you need to have actions, procedures to action the policies. And you need accountability so that if somebody infringes the policy, right? The financials, for example, if you suddenly have a situation of organization capture, we've got state capture in the country, but if you have something like organization capture, you should be able to put in place mechanisms to get accountability, to get people to pay back the money if the situation has resulted in money being taken from the organization, for example, that you have means and mechanisms for redress, right? So that is really, really crucial. Is that the end of our first session, Melanie? I think so, hey? The next slide.
I think
the next
it
slide.
is. Let me see. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, so we come back to the board after the break.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's open up for some discussion of those key elements. We're going to have a break and then we'll come back to, thanks. Would anybody like to comment, bring in some personal experience, ask a question, share an experience? You can take discussion for 10 minutes and then we'll go to break.
Yes, if I
Questions
may.
can be posted in the chat as well, if you'd like.
There's somebody who wants to talk. Is that Moya?
Yes, it is.
Please, Moya.
Good governance is absolutely crucial, but I think the application of that is equally as important. And I think within the working team at the shelter, we all need to know what good governance is. So while this is really for the boards, I think this also needs to be communicated to our social workers, social auxiliaries, and even our house mothers. I think that will facilitate even the good teamwork in the shelters.
Thanks for that. I think that's a very important point because we want accountability throughout and to each and everyone from each and everyone. So it's not only top down, but it's across. Thanks for that, Moya. Anybody else?
Yes, I want to touch on transparency. You know, we have to be transparent, really. The moment donors or other stakeholders realize that you are not transparent, it gives a very bad reputation of the organization, and it can affect us in our relations and in our funding. And as well, even with when you talked about staff members, we have to involve them. You know, there are some managers or directors who don't hear. They are the grassroots. They are the ones going out there in the field representing the organization. So it's very good as well for communication. They have to participate in whatever that is happening in the organization. All staff members, from the house mothers, if you have volunteers, hear from them and hear their say as well. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm also feeling it'd be good to get a sense of how many people, what the full staff complement is in the different shelters. If people can just put that in the chat box, to just put in the number from each shelter, how many staff you've got, because I have a sense we're talking about small organizations. And obviously size of organization also affects how you bring the team together and whether you can, have a more compact team or not. So please, I would be very pleased if in the break or even now, everybody just puts in the chat how many people in your organization, in your shelter. The full complement of your staff. If there are no more questions now, let's take a break for, shall we say 10 minutes? Is that okay? 10 or 15? Let's have a vote. Let's participatory. Let's have a participatory decision-making process.
It's currently now 11 o'clock. So do you want to make it 15 minutes and everyone adjourns again at 11:15?
That's fine. Is that okay, everybody?
A quick tea
Okay,
break,
so we're back
everybody.
again.
That's okay.
Back again in 15 minutes. Lovely.
Perfect. Thanks, everybody.
Huh?
Good morning, all. We're still on our tea break, 3 more minutes to go. For all those that did not comment their name, organization, and position in the chat, can they please do so? Thank you.
Hi, are we all back?
I'm here.
Hi, Jacob. Where's
Hi,
everyone? Hi, are we all back? Okay, so let's start. Janie, are you having problems hearing us?
Hello, sorry, I can hear you now. Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Okay, so we've looked at the 8 elements. And like I say, they are very interactive or intertwined, interlinked with each other. And we now want to look at the board. So the board is at the center of governance. It's really important to have a board as the governing body of your organization. And just the size of the organization, I said matters, it is important. And just looking at the numbers you all posted, the smallest size was 4 and the largest staff size was 17 from the chat numbers that you posted there. And on average, I suppose it's about 13 members, right? So we're looking at organizational size of around, on average, 13 members, the largest represented here today being 17. This is in terms of staff numbers, okay? And to manage and run an organization effectively, you need a good board, no matter what the size of your organization. Obviously, the board's role changes in a larger, say, corporate style organization like Coca-Cola, for example, than it would for an organization of a smaller size. Also, depending on the purpose of an organization. So a multinational global commercial enterprise like Coca-Cola will have different responsibilities, the board of directors there, than would a board running an NPO or a shelter. Yet the board will still be at the center of governance. Important functions that an NGO board performs are compliance with the organization to its mission and vision. The board would establish fundraising goals, and I'm going to go through each of these in the next slides, but this is just setting out the different issues we're looking at. So firstly, compliance to the mission and vision of the organization, establishing fundraising goals, assessing the activities of the organization, establishing policies for the organization. The board is the entity that hires the executive director in most cases. Obviously, in many of your cases, you might have a director who's the founding director, and that would be a different scenario in your situation from, say, the board of Coca-Cola, where clearly there it's the board that's going to hire the director. Sorry, can we go back? Yeah, sorry. The board would also be responsible for making sure of the financial health of the organization. And that means linked to the fundraising goals, make sure that there's money there so that staff get paid and the organization can do its work, and for longer term sustainability, financial sustainability of the organization, but also to make sure that the money is spent for what it was intended. The board is also responsible for signing off on or formulating, in some cases, the annual budget and the annual work plan. And it's also responsible for representing the organization. So let's look at each of these in the following slides. So with compliance with mission and vision, the board establishes clear values and the vision and mission of the organization. But the board does this together with management and staff through processes such as strategic planning, right? So strategic planning might happen every 4 years, it might happen annually, where the staff get together with the board and management to look at the context that you are in. Have there been any changes in the last few years? Do we still affirm the values that were the founding values? Do we want to change, add to this? The vision of the organization needs to be reviewed also, given the changing context. What's the vision that we have? And what's our mission? Do we want to change that? Do we want to make it more concise? Has it been too broad? So these are some of the issues that management, staff, and the board will engage on in strategic planning, and that the board would eventually sign off on. The board then provides oversight to ensure that management and staff live up to these values. So whatever you decided in your strategic planning session, and that you now have in a plan, the board is responsible to make sure that you live up to these values and that you carry out these activities, right? In line with what you said you would do. And again, this is so important, it's so basic, but going back to, and I know government's not a good example, but going back to this work that I've just done with land affairs, you could see that nobody is responsible for making sure that the vision and mission is being carried out, right? Because again, maybe that's a larger bureaucracy, but it's no excuse. But it seems things just break down. So again, the point I'm making is it's not enough to have a strategic plan on paper. This oversight function that the board performs to make sure that things are carried out. Actually, I would say it's the board and management together, but the board has to make sure that management is doing this. Okay, because in terms of accountability, I said you need to have horizontal accountability where everybody is accountable and responsible to each other in the organization and to the people that you are there, that your organization exists for. In your case of the shelters, it's the women who need shelter from personal experiences of violence in their lives. You need accountability downwards to the women in the community as well. But there's also upward accountability to your line manager, your supervisor in many of your cases. So staff at the bottom, to their immediate line manager or supervisor, and then supervisors to the management and management to the board. So that form of accountability is also important. Okay, so compliance with mission and vision as set out in your strategic documents. Can we move to the next slide? The board plays a role in establishing fundraising goals. With the executive director, the board will establish fundraising goals, and they may also help, board members may also help the NGO in establishing contacts with donor agencies and corporate houses. Now, each of these things also means that you would have to have on the board one person maybe who carries expert knowledge in each of these areas. So you'd want someone who knows the world of donors, who understands the world of fundraising on your board. For the mission, vision, objectives, you'd need someone who understands organizational development, someone who's a strategic thinker, who can bring those skills to the board as well, right? Let's look at the next slide. Then once your strategic plan is in place, board members would regularly evaluate and assess the working of the NGOs through reports and discussions. So this will take place at a board meeting. Board members rarely, very seldom, are in and out of the office. In some of your cases, there might be, I don't know. But usually, generally, board members meet together at board meetings. At these meetings, they presented with reports on the recent activities. The board might meet 4 times a year. So they'll get a quarterly report of what is going on, and they will assess that in relation to the strategic plan. So you see how important it is to have a strategic plan in place, because then what is reported can then be evaluated and assessed against that plan, okay? And if there are any deviations, there might be good enough reasons, those would need to be explained. There will be discussions at the board meeting on how these activities over the last quarter went. Based on that assessment, board members will suggest revision, modification, restructuring. So again, this is in line with being responsive, because things change. You might have developed your strategic plan for the year in January. By March, you might have had huge changes taking place that have led to the need for revision. And the board can then say, okay, this is what you need to do. Can we see the next slide? So coming back to policies, board members, again, it would be with management, will participate in the drafting of policies and protocols for the smooth functioning of the organization. But the board would have to sign off on these draft policies, on the policies. So again, in participatory ways of working and to arrive at consensus, the board and management might put out a draft. The draft would go to staff, who would then give their input. It would come back to the management team and the board would sign off on these policies. These will relate to human resource policies, policies around management, around communication, around fundraising, around administration and procurement. So an organization would need to have in place a range of policies. Human resource policies, there'll be a whole lot of policies under that, right? Around leave taking, around performance appraisal, around job descriptions. There'll be around, as I mentioned, disciplinary procedures for staff. Then around management, there would be a range of policies around communication. Communication refers to internal communication within the organization and external communication with people outside of the organization, stakeholders, donors, the public at large. Around fundraising, there would need to be policies. Financial policies are not there, but obviously financial policies are crucial and critical. How records are kept, how often audits are done, and so on. So policies would need to be in place. Let me see the next slide. As I said, if you have a situation where the founder of the organization has set up a shelter, you might have the executive director who's the founding person of the organization. But in situations where that person might leave and you have to rehire, the responsibility of hiring the executive director lies in the hands of board members. The board members will develop terms of reference for the position and then identify the right candidate for the job. Again, this could be done in ways that are very participatory, with the managing team working with board members and with maybe staff reps also engaged. But in a small organization, it becomes much easier to involve everybody in a discussion, but it still has to be clear what the board's responsibility is in relation to hiring and firing. Can we see the next slide? Okay, the financial health. The board is responsible for making sure that funds are used judiciously. So funds are used for what they were meant to be used, and that the organization remains financially secure. Board members will develop a comprehensive financial policy to achieve accountability and transparency. Can we see the next slide? The annual budget and annual work plan. Board members will develop again with the management team and approve the budget on an annual basis. Based on the approved budget, a work plan is drafted to carry out various activities as per the budget. And just looking at the slide, I'm not sure which comes first. Maybe the work plan first. And you can share once we've gone to the slides how you normally do it. And then so it's working out the work plan and the budget in tandem. Okay, so sometimes you need a work plan first to be clear what is it we need to do, and then look at how much you need to put this plan into effect, and yeah, and work in at least in tandem. So I suppose whichever comes first, they both need to be in line with each other. And this is about planning, really, that you need to plan. This is what we're going to do, and this is how much we will spend on this. Okay, let's see the next slide. Board members are the face of the NGO. They represent and promote the organization at various events and functions. The chairman of the board carries several responsibilities, and as the leader of the board, it's the duty of the chair, I should say chairperson. I'm so sorry. This is such a slip up. Can you change that now, Melanie? Chairperson of the board carries several responsibilities. Okay, probably not possible to change it now. The chairperson carries more responsibility than the other board members, in other words. And it's the duty of the chair to accomplish the organization's mission and vision. In your context, the face of the NGO, the face of the shelter might be the founding director rather than the board members, but it's really important to draw your board members also in representing the organization. Is that the last of the slides on the board?
The next one is practices of good governance.
Okay, so we'll stop the board here and we'll come back to practices. So are there any comments, questions to the elements and to the board? Any comments, questions? Is this in line with how your boards are functioning? Is there anything we've left out?
It looks okay so far, from where I'm standing.
Others?
It's okay. We think it's in line with almost we are doing.
Okay. Okay, so let's look at the last few slides.
Is this the one you'd like, Shamim?
Yes, okay. So some of the best practices, I mean, best practices or good practices. I'm not sure which is a better word to use, but you know, we need certain practices that are seen as good practice for good governance. And I will go through some of these. So maintaining board minutes, having a standard process for hiring board members, clear allocation of responsibilities, an organizational structure, clear organizational structure, processes and policies to deal with decisions, a list of trustees and board members that is made public, annual reports, and self-assessment and evaluation of the board. Again, this is the list of good practice, and I'd like to take each one in the following slides.
That was it.
Okay, so board minutes need to be clearly kept, clearly written. And this is a template of an organization, of an example of minutes, which the board signs off each time. So it also kind of gives a sense of an agenda. And I thought this was useful to just, well, breaking away from text each time, we have a little picture, but also, you know, so who was there, who was absent, what was the meeting called for, and what were the major points discussed. So most likely minutes of the previous meeting are reviewed and approved. Review of the agenda, new business, closing remarks. And the agenda items would generally be looking at reports of activity over the past 4 months, looking at financials over the past 4 months, looking at, you know, did we keep to the plan? Were there deviations from the plan? What needs to be done to deal with deviations or crises? I mean, DSD did not pay the money, what do we do, right? I mean, that's a common issue. But you want the board to be guiding and steering and leading around problems that have come up in that period. But these minutes, keeping of minutes, writing clear minutes, and I want to use the word archive, but that suggests, you know, things from very long ago. But you must have a way of lodging these minutes in a place where access can be had to these minutes when needed. Let me see the next slide. So process for hiring the board and clear roles. You need to be clear about the skills needed, and I've mentioned this already, for board members. So when you are selecting, I mean, hiring might not be the right word because it's not a paid job, but you selecting members of the board, you need to know what roles you need the board to fulfill, and you need to know what kinds of skills do these board members need. So people who are skilled in HR, human resources, people who know something about finance, who know something about organizational development, who have knowledge on violence against women, and know about shelters and the role shelters play, know about women's rights issues, possibly are feminists also. You need to be sure. What are the roles you're wanting people to play? And what are the skills needed for those roles? So the chair of the board, some of the roles that have been set out for the chair of the board, that the chair of the board schedules board meetings, makes sure that these are held on time, of course, with the executive director or the coordinator, the leader of the organization, the management team. Board meetings will be scheduled. But if board meetings are not scheduled, it's the chair of the board that's going to be asked, why was there no board meeting for the last 2 years, right? That's where the buck stops. Chair of the board provides leadership. It is a leadership position and a leadership role. And there are a whole lot of requirements around leadership as well. So what's the kind of leadership you're wanting in your organization? What's the style of leadership practice? If you want leadership that is participatory, accountable, transparent, then you also want to make sure that you choose someone to be the chair of the board who is likely to work in that way, okay? So you wouldn't choose somebody who does not believe in participation, who believes I have all the answers and I don't need to consult with anybody. So you need to be clear about this person's going to provide leadership. What kind of leadership style are we wanting in our organization? The chair of the board is also going to establish good governance practices and procedures. So clearly you don't want someone who's known for corruption, right? So you're going to look for somebody who's going to be able to put into place good governance practice and procedures to ensure that the board is properly briefed about organization progress and challenges. So this is a board responsibility of the chair to make sure that at each of the meetings, the board is properly briefed about organization progress and challenges. So for example, if the reports don't bring that out, if the managing team, the executive director or whoever, there might be just the executive director at board meetings. Again, this differs with different boards, or it might be 2 people from the management team that sit on the board. If they don't bring sufficient information to board meetings, so I'm saying in addition to reports, the management people who attend board meetings would also be bringing information to the board about organization progress and challenges. If the board is not adequately briefed, the chair of the board needs to make sure. Obviously, other board members can also play a role, but in particular, the chair of the board needs to make sure that the board is properly briefed so that they can assess progress. The chair of the board will also ensure effective participation of the board in developing the organization. So to make sure that board members do take part in strategic planning sessions, do take part in evaluations that might take place, because organizational processes that are critical to good governance are things like strategic plannings, things like evaluations, and to make sure that board members are participating in these processes that play a key role in the development of the organization, the chair of the board needs to make sure board participation in those processes. The chair of the board will also ensure compliance to the strategies and policies. So like I said, it's not enough to have policies on paper, but somebody needs to make sure that the policies are being complied with. So leave policies, disciplinary policies. So you just can't fire someone on the turn, but you need to go through the whole grievance and disciplinary processes. And you need to have these policies in place, but you also need to implement them. The chair of the board will also represent the organization in networking events, would set the agenda for board meetings, would coordinate the effectiveness of the board. So these are some of the roles of the chair of the board, and you need to make sure that you appoint a chair, that there's a chair in the position who has the competencies and the skills to do these things. Can you see the next slide? So again, on the clear roles of the board members, when you ask someone to be a member of the board, you need to say, these are the things we'd like you to do. There would be 4 board meetings in the year, for example. We'd like you to participate in these meetings. We'd like you to guide the organization. And if the person you're thinking of is an HR specialist, especially in relation to HR issues, because we know that's where your skills are. We'd like your help in monitoring and evaluating the activities of projects and financial resources. So in other words, you want board members to be on top of the financial problems that the organization has, right? Like, we're going to be running out of funds in 6 months' time unless we do something drastic. You want the support of board members to engage in problem solving around that, right? So the monitoring and evaluating is in order to find out what's what, and in order to look at what do we need to do to solve problems as they emerge. They would also be in a position to make suggestions for new board members that need to be recruited, selecting the executive director in specific situations. They'll play a role in strategic planning. They'll play a role in networking, and they would have a role in maintaining the integrity of the organization. So as the organization's representative, spokesperson, etc. Can we see the next one? So again, under the clarity of roles, the executive director, now this would be staff person in the organization, the leader. Some organizations call them coordinator. Not all of you might call them executive director, but it's the person who leads in a management role and in a staff role. So the executive director would manage the day-to-day operations of the organization, maintains communication and liaises between the chair and other employees. Okay, so they would be the link person between the board and staff, but in particular between the chair of the board and staff, would be responsible for hiring staff and volunteers, but generally would do that as part of the management team and together with the board, creates and approves the annual budget and financial projections. I'm going to just come back to the hiring of staff and volunteers. Sometimes, I've often been called by some organizations to help them on a interviewing panel to recruit new staff. So you could bring in outsiders as well if you need to do that selection in an interview context, right? Where you've shortlisted staff members and you want to interview them. But the ultimate responsibility for the hiring would be in the management team, in the executive director and the board. Creating and approving annual budget and financial projections that would also, so it's something we said that the board does, but the executive director has a particular role here. So there's overlap, but the board has this oversight role from outside, like an eagle looking from above, whereas the executive director is within the organization and is creating and approving the annual budget and the financial projections from within the organization where she sits. And she would then send this to the board for the board to sign off on. So creating and approving the annual budget and financial projections, attends and hosts fundraising events. Fundraising being a very, very important responsibility. Sometimes in some organizations, the role is sometimes divided between executive director doing more the day-to-day management and the fundraising being given over to more the head of admin, right? But in many of your organizations, this might be the role of the executive director herself. The executive director has the task also of promoting the integrity, honesty, and compliance of all procedures and processes of the organization. Okay, so we will be sending, there's a note in the chat asking for a copy of the PowerPoint as well as recording of the presentation. These will be sent out to all of you. Can we see the next slide? So organizational structure. It's really important to have a clear organizational structure which also sets out clearly who's responsible to who. So in this chart here, for example, we've got a board of directors, so they oversight right at the top. Then you've got the director, and there are two streams in the organization. One is related to the project, the actual work of the work in the world, work that the organization does in the world or with clients. And the other is the internal admin and accounts. And the director is responsible for seeing to both those streams of work. Projects, you'd have technical experts, supervisors, facilitators. On the other side, you'd have your accountant, admin assistants, messengers, drivers. So this picture is really key because it gives you a sense of the roles, who is doing what, but also who's accountable to who. So in your situations, you probably have the director, you'd have senior social worker, you'd have auxiliary social worker, house mothers, and the organogram, this organizational structure represented as an organogram, gives a sense of who is responsible for whom and who's responsible to whom. Okay, so your senior supervisor, you might have a junior supervisor who's answerable to the senior supervisor. Then you have an auxiliary social worker who might be responsible to the social worker. So those clear lines of accountability need to be set out. You need to have a clear organizational structure with clear roles for each person. Can we see the next one? Then you need processes and policies to deal with decisions. A policy is a deliberate system of principles to guide decisions and achieve rational outcomes. It's a statement of intent and it's implemented as a procedure or protocol. So the policy states your intention, right? It's a set of principles which sets out intentions, it guides decisions. You need a procedure to implement the policy. Policies are generally adopted by the board or senior governance body within an organization, and protocols or procedures would be developed and adopted by senior executive officials. So in other words, you can't have policies without procedures and protocols, because it's the procedures and protocols that through which policies are put into practice. Can we see the next slide? So policies help organizations with internal control, effective office management, receptive staff, improves transparency and accountability, enhances trust among stakeholders, and helps you deal with conflict management. So it's really important. And you know, when the first organization that I was part of, one of the things that we were told, prepare for the worst eventuality, we were told, in developing your constitution and developing your policies, because, you know, we were a group of women who were wanting to put out a newsletter for women, and we started this publication called Speak. And we were very starry-eyed, and we never imagined there would be any problems. And in fact, it's good to have in place all the policies that you might need before you hit the problem. Because if you hit a problem and you don't have a policy in place to deal with that issue, it becomes very difficult to know what to do and how to resolve this issue. So it's really, really important that we have these. And some examples of policies that we need are finance and accounting policies, human resource policies, communication policies, conflict resolution policies, procurement policies, leadership succession policy, fixed assets in the case that you have it policies, membership policies. What's left out of there? Any suggestions of policies that we've left out that would be important? Anybody? I'm just thinking grievance policies. I suppose that they come under human resources policy. Or maybe can we unpack human resource policies? Anybody, please help me here.
Yes, I think it can go on human resource policy, while at the same time on human resource also policies like the leave policy, what is this, responsibility, sick, those, it goes under there, I think.
Yeah. So we can list a whole lot of policies under human resources policy.
Yes.
So staff leave policy, for example. They would also come under human resources, wouldn't they?
Yes, they
Hi,
do.
Shamim.
Policies.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that, as well as a policy on confidentiality. I think particularly
Yes.
working with shelters. But I think in general, I think the confidentiality segment in a human resource policy would be beneficial for any organization, actually.
Yes, yes. And then under communication policy, what do you think should come under that? Do many of the shelters have communication policies?
Yes, it should. I mean, you would have things like your communication structures. If you have like your briefings, if you have briefings that you send on scheduled basis, you would have your meetings, if you have meetings of that nature, or cross-structural meetings between different levels. If management would like to have meetings, perhaps with, if there's a union, for instance, or if there's a meeting with staff on certain prescribed intervals, those are the issues that this communication will address. It's quite a very wide issue.
Yes, yes.
That's now internally. And then, of course, there will be other guidelines that the communication policy will address in relation to the communication with outside stakeholders.
Okay, electronic communication, social media, and email policies. Deline's also highlighted in the chat. Yeah. Do many of, I would wonder if any of the shelters have a succession policy, leadership succession.
Leadership.
Probably that's not, are we getting, sorry, we didn't hear you. I didn't hear you clearly. Advocate Madonsela?
Advocate Madonsela.
Were you wanting to say something?
No.
No, okay. I think you're not on mute, so we're hearing your bits of your conversation there. So leadership succession, as Gary mentioned before he left, I don't know if Gary's back, is something really important. And so again, thinking ahead of time is quite important rather than thinking when you're dealing with the crisis, right? So in the same way as if you don't have a grievance procedure and you suddenly have a problem with a staff member and you're thinking, oh my goodness, what do we do now, right? Having the policy in place ahead of experiencing the issue does help. Procurement policies, do you all have procurement policies?
Sorry, let me go back
Yes,
on the
please.
issue of leadership succession.
Yes, please.
If the leadership of the shelter or the organization happens within the ambit of the NPO Act, which is dependent on the membership, people joining the organization on annual basis and voting leadership into those positions, it's going to be quite a challenge for you to do a succession plan when people are voted by membership into leadership positions. Because what happens next year, you have developed somebody, put them on a program of succession, and then next year the membership is different. Other people have joined the organization, they've got a different taste and they want somebody else. So it's going to present quite a challenge on organizations where people are voted into positions that you can sustain your succession policy. That will work perfectly okay for the management staff. But for the leadership, I see it presenting a bit of a challenge there.
Okay, thanks for that, Jacob. I see Gail's got something interesting. At Kerr House, Gail says we have 3 sections in our policies and procedures: HR-related matters, client services, and center operations. So that's an interesting way of looking at a way of thinking of your policies in 3 big headings.
Okay, I'm done.
Can I also just throw out a question about procedures and protocols? In most of your, well, just for anybody to just share with us in your shelter, does every policy come with clear procedures and protocols?
In most cases.
In most cases. Okay, Magdalene? I think you must unmute yourself, Magdalene.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying it differs also about the hierarchy of the organization. Like in the Salvation Army, we have one policy for all our social centers. All our policies are for all our social centers. So the succession plan also, we do not make it because the administrators or the people who are center managers are appointed. And they'll be there for certain years and they move, someone else come. But the board or the local leadership of the center is still there. So we don't have powers to say we are grooming who or we're not grooming who. What we know is that there are clear policies and guidelines that guide us in all the list you put here. But then the succession plan, it comes from the hierarchy of the national board.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See, that's.
Jacob, you come from a large organization as well.
Yes, in the private sector.
Okay. It was child welfare, did you say?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so your staff complement is?
It's 6 at the shelter.
At the shelter itself.
At the shelter,
but you're part of a larger organization. So would you also fit in with the Salvation Army setup of policies made from the child welfare?
Well,
Or does the shelter have its own policies?
the shelter will have its own policies, but they are very much aligned with the ones of the big organization, which is child welfare.
Okay.
Yeah. But of course, there are unique situations here and there where you'll have to adjust to fit the situation at the shelter, which is not necessarily what you would have at the other what you call.
Okay, so I want to also just, something that for me has been missing so far, or is very weak in the presentation so far, and I'm criticizing myself, is I haven't sufficiently talked about accountability to the people the shelter serves, the women who experience violence in their intimate personal lives and who come to the shelter for services. Is there a way we can bring them into this discussion that we've had so far? So we've talked about accountability, transparency, we've talked about non-discrimination and being inclusive. And a lot of the discussion has been in relation to among staff and in relation between the staff and the board and in relation between the organization, the donors, government, and the public at large. How can we bring in the women that the shelter is supposed to serve? And what policies do we specifically need in order to enhance our work with these women? And I'm wondering if Kerr House, if Gail, when you talk about center operations and client services, are there policies specifically around clients, and what are they?
Thank you for this opportunity. Yes, with regards to our policy and procedure manual, we, as I said, we have three distinct areas. The one is the HR, the client services, and then the center operations. So when it comes to the client services, it's on what grounds do we admit clients? So for instance, your intake, what are the procedures relating to admitting a client? Do they meet the profile of the organization? So that is one of our policies. How do we operate with regards to admitting a minor? So for many of our shelters, we don't admit children except for when they are admitted with their parents, with their mother. So that would be another policy we have. The client intake agreement, there is an agreement that takes place between the client and the organization. So almost in a sense of code of conduct, how would the client, what is our expectations of the client whilst in our care, and what is the expectation of the client while with us? So both ways, our expectations and the client's expectations. We also talk about how do we handle conflict with our clients, because there are times that clients become kind of confrontational, or they're difficult, or we have certain concerns. There might be behavioral concerns. How do we handle those kind of concerns within the structure of a shelter? We have a client exit procedure. How do we exit a client from the services? So there's certain things that needs to take place. We have confidentiality agreements. The house rules is also part and parcel of the procedures with client services. I'm just trying to look quickly at what we have in our, yeah, and then basically we also have, like most of our shelters would normally do a care plan, and that would also form part of our
policies of our policy manual. So those are just a few that I can mention offhand regarding client services.
Thanks so much, Gail. So I just thought that an important constituency we've not mentioned, and I'm glad we've brought in the clients, the women who come to the shelter. I'm sure many of you have similar policies around intake. I like this expectation that you have, the code of conduct. And yes, conflict is something that all of you must experience. And again, having guidelines, policy in place is important. Anybody else would like to add to this?
Sorry, if I may. Sorry, I also just want to mention that we also have a referral. How do we refer from our shelter to another shelter or to another service provider? Would also be in that policy manual. We have a comprehensive policies and procedure manual that we put together, and it basically covers everything from A to Z regarding clients. Record keeping, how do we do the record keeping? Registers, social relief, how do we handle social relief to our clients? Because sometimes they come in with absolutely nothing, and we would then provide them with clothing and toiletries and the likes. And sometimes there is an expectation of them to continue receiving certain commodities or whatever it is from the shelter, but we have a policy on how do we actually handle social relief as well.
Thanks. Thank you. Anybody else would like to contribute before we have a break? We'll break in about 5 minutes.
I think most of us have such policies in place, and I think it's absolutely essential that we do, because our clients need to know that the one policy applies to everyone, and that eliminates any client feeling that there may be a case of favoritism or negativity in any way at all. So I think even transparency in that area with our clients needs to be very clear.
Thanks. Please tell me who that was.
Sorry, it's Major Moya from the Salvation Army Base Shack.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I think that's really important. Yeah. This is very helpful when you come in with your experiences. So it'd be lovely to hear 1 or 2 more people before we go to our lunch break.
Yes, Rudo from Malimartin. One policy that we have to put in place in the shelters as well is the visitors policy. I don't know from the categories there where it will be put for the visitors who come and visit the shelter, be it stakeholders, departmental officials. You must have a visitors policy where they sign, for the sake of confidentiality for the shelter, for our clients, and also for them. It must be stated in the policy that what they see, whenever if they see a lady there, they must not go out stating that they saw someone there, and also the place, the location of the shelter, stated that in our policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this issue of governance, we're broadening out to look at how you actually run the shelter, which for me is part of the governance story. And one of the things from the interviews that were done, a number of researchers over 3 years interviewed, I think it was about 101 women from 36 shelters. And one of the things that came out from some of the women was that they didn't like the rules and regulations. Some of them expressed it like, we've just run away from domestic situations where the men were wanting to control us all the time. And coming here, these rules and regulations triggered us, because it was like we were again told, you can't go out, you can't have so-and-so visiting you, and we had to submit to rules. And some of the children came from homes where they were not used to any rules and found it really hard. And of course, you can't run a shelter if you don't have clear rules. But again, having an agreement with the person who comes in right from the start to say, this is how we run and this is what we expect from you. And also knowing, like you said, one of you said that it's not just you who are asked to do this, but this is, everybody who's here has to go along with this way of understanding what's expected from you and what you can expect from us is crucial and important. And in a sense, we're saying that clarity of roles and expectations is what we're wanting throughout the system. So among staff, there need to be clear roles, responsibilities, clear understanding of what is to be expected, just as that has to happen with people who come into the shelter and who are going to be part of your system. We look at an organization as a system. They're going to be part of your system for the 3 months that they live there, and they need to know what's what. With staff, you need a similar clarity of roles with the board, with the management, so all the way through the system. The other point, of course, is that, which I keep having to remind myself and the organizations I work with, is that we often see organizations as structures and policies and processes, but it's about human beings. It's about people who are interacting with each other. And the structures and the systems and processes and procedures and policies are about ways of enabling these relationships among people in the organizational realm to function well together. So for me, governance is also about these interactions among people, and you want smooth running. You want the leadership to be steering in a way that involves the other people, so that people feel they are part of the system, they have a role, they're clear about their roles, and so on. So thanks for those who contributed. It's really good to hear from you, and we'll come back to hear more of you after lunch. Can we have a 30-minute lunch? So is that fine with everybody?
Apologies, Shamim, I got kicked out for some reason. I'm back.
So sorry, so sorry, Melanie.
That's why
So
the screen share went off there. Sorry about that. I hope you didn't need it while I was gone.
No, it was fine. That was fine. We managed because we were hearing from people in the room.
Perfect, thank
on
you.
The Zoom. So we're going to take a break. Can we come back? Let's say, would a 30-minute break be fine for everybody? Is that okay? 30 minutes?
Yes,
Lovely,
it's okay.
thank you.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's get back together. It's now 12, shall we call it 12:20? So we come back at 12:50. Okay. Okay, see you all soon. 30 minutes time.
Awubiza uhosi masishane lekelele. Thuma nawe ubiza uhosi. But Mute. Yes.
Hi, I'm back. I'm just going to give 4 minutes more to just make sure we're all back together. Very difficult to see on Zoom who's back or not. So I'm taking from normally people don't come back on time. So we'll give a few minutes. Just another 4 minutes. Melanie, please, can we have the PowerPoint? The slide just after the policies.
Apologies, Shami, my screen is just freezing a little bit. I'm trying to get it on.
Sure, no problem. We can wait a few minutes.
Is that the right screen,
Yes,
Shami?
that's exactly it.
Thank you.
A bit bigger, yeah, great, right size. Okay, so I'm assuming, and I hope we all back together. That's the thing about Zoom, not being able to see, but hopefully we all back. So we talked about policies and the need for policies. Then we talked about annual reports earlier. And now we're looking at annual reports as one of the best practice measures or necessities. So regular annual reports, which put out the activities of your organization, what it's achieved for the year, who the donors are, any challenges you've experienced. Publishing these annually ensures that, well, puts across to other people that you are fulfilling the required activities responsibly. The annual report provides details about all the activities your organization undertook in a particular year. Often we use images and data figures, how many people came to workshops, how many women you hosted at your shelter, to show the important activities and the changes that you completed in a particular year. So during the year of COVID, for example, annual reports during the COVID lockdown period, rather, COVID is still with us, but we're not in lockdown. You would have said how you dealt with those challenges in that particular year or the last 2 years. And this is part of your accountability to stakeholders, the community, society you are part of, and the women who come to your shelter and who might pick up on these annual reports. Today, I expect most annual reports are shared digitally. Am I right? So just anybody, do you print annual reports, or is much of it done digitally?
We do digital reports as well as hard copy to the ones that want hard copy. Like the NPO Directorate, we do a hard copy as well as digital. To social development, we do hard copy as well as digital.
Okay, great. There are also different forms in which annual reports can be written. Hey, I mean, I've seen some written more like a flyer or like a pull-out, you know, folded up few pages. So they're different forms that you can experiment with, because if you had to put out the way people did it traditionally, the book form, it does cost a lot to print that many copies. But if you go for something that's a fold up, which just has the main points about what you achieved in the year, this can be printed out more cheaply and handed out in the community as well, so that people in the community which you serve can also see what your work was about. And I think it's important to think about this, because many people don't have access to sufficient data to read an annual report online, right? And so for donors, for certain members of the public, donors, researchers, academics, people who have access to computers, etc., they can download and read it at any time, offline even. But if you want, so I think a question I'm raising is, who is the annual report for? And if you want the annual report to be also for community members, then maybe it's worthwhile putting out some of the information that you would capture in your annual report, like how many people were at the shelter, main things that you achieved. And it could be part of your community awareness drive as well. So I'm thinking we should think annual reports outside of the traditional and conventional to reach broader audiences. It's part of your accountability, also part of your awareness raising. Can we see the next slide? So self-assessment and evaluation of the board. This is really interesting and very important, because I'm not sure how often, if ever, we do this. I mean, often we are just so pleased that people agreed to serve on the board. And often on most of our boards, they don't get paid for their time, right? So it's a voluntary activity which they do from the goodness of their hearts. And so we don't often think of self-assessment and evaluation, but this is important because you'd be able to assess how the board is working and what changes need to be put in place to make for a more successful and more efficient and effective board. So it helps to find gaps in the leadership and recommend measures to improve board performance. Again, the board does this as a self-assessment. So it's not from the outside, but the board itself doing an assessment. Something, okay, that'll come on later, is evaluations of the organization's work. We talked about the board's role in monitoring and evaluation. We talked about the board through its regular meetings, getting a sense of what activities were conducted in this period, what were the finances like, were they, was it sufficient, was it well spent, was it spent for what it was meant to be spent, etc. So that oversight of activities and oversight of finances is a form of monitoring and evaluation that happens from the board. Performance appraisal would be the kind of assessment that would happen of staff, right? How are staff performing, including the executive director? The performance of the executive director would also be assess through performance appraisal. And you'd have to have clear job descriptions in order to do that. The organization would be assessed against their strategic plan, the vision and the mission that the organization set for itself. External evaluation would also be important, where you get an outsider, and this could be done every 5 years or so, where an external evaluator comes in and assesses. And at that point, the external evaluator would also do, in a sense, do an assessment of the board functioning and how the board has functioned. There are two things that the organization needs to keep going, right? The one is its programs, its work out there in the world, and that's what staff are employed to do, particularly your social work staff, auxiliary social workers, and so on, house mothers. So that assessment needs to happen ongoingly, but you also need to assess the health, if you like, of the organization itself, which is an organizational development issue, right? And so sometimes an external evaluation might focus on just the programmatic side, the work that you're doing in the world and with your clients, and doesn't spend sufficient time assessing the organization, which means the governance, the structures, the processes, the procedures, and that is also important to assess. And I'm raising this now in relation to self-assessment of the board, so that when you do an external evaluation of the organization, the development of the organization, the board can be also examined by the external evaluator. And in a sense, that's really important because, you know, those of us who start organizations, we are concerned and interested about the issues the organization was set up to solve, intervene in, so like violence against women, right? So many people come to set up shelters because they are concerned about the issue of violence against women. They don't have a burning desire to set up a good organization. Do you know what I mean? I don't think anybody starts with that as their burning ambition. But in order to work on violence against women, you need a sound, good organization to be in place. And sometimes people don't spend sufficient time in building the organization. And I think that's what this session is really getting at. How do we establish organizations that are effective, efficient, and are governed well, so that they can be the vehicles that take forward the work that we are passionate about? Can we see the next slide? Okay, so we'll come back to this in a moment, but can we just have some comments, some observations around the role of a board and the issues we talked about? Can we go back to the first slide where we had all of these elements? Yeah. Okay, so what we've just looked at now and before the lunch break was best practice was around maintaining board minutes, a process for hiring board members and being clear of the roles, clear allocation of responsibilities, organizational structure, the need to have an organizational structure in place, the need for processes and policies. So not just policies, but procedures and processes to action the policies as well. Okay, making the list of trustees and board members public. I didn't have a specific slide on that, but if your organization's website, your annual report makes clear who your list of trustees and board members are, that's important. The need for reports, annual reports, and I've said be clear who these are for. And if you want, and I'm saying it probably is important to include the communities that you serve as people interested in the annual report, and think about a form in which you can easily share your annual report with that constituency or stakeholder, and then self-assessment and evaluation of the board. Are there any thoughts that come to mind that you'd like to share? Anything that struck you as you heard the presentation? It would be lovely to hear from voices we haven't heard in the room so far. Silence. Just making sure I'm not missing any hands here. Okay, think on it. There'll be another moment to come in and share. Can we continue, Melanie, to the last? I think it's the last 2 slides we've got.
Okay, Shamim, you can stop me once I get to the right one.
Yes, sure.
I've lost track now.
Okay.
Oh, shucks, sorry.
Okay, it's this one.
This one. Okay,
so,
thank you.
So this, in a sense, captures some of what, it's almost like a summary, but maybe doesn't include everything. So really important are well-defined statements of mission, vision, and objectives. I'm engaged at the moment in a process with 6 shelters where we're delving a little bit more deeply into some of the organizational development issues. And I know some of the shelters felt that their mission, vision, and objectives were set so long ago, they haven't been redefined in the, in the last few years, and they felt they needed to redefine it. Some felt their missions were not clear enough and they needed to go back and revise their missions to be a clearer statement. Also, in the world of organizational development, there've been changes in how people want to express their missions. So in the years that I've been working in this area of organizational development, I know there've been so many changes. It's almost like new fashions arise. And okay, I'm just looking at a comment, I'll come back to that. And so at every new strategic planning, every 5 years, there's a new way of thinking the mission. And I think having well-defined statements is really, really important of your mission, vision, and objectives. You need to have an action plan that derives from your vision, mission, and objectives. So these are some things you need to make sure you have in place. You need clear and transparent policies for appointing the board. You need policies and processes for accountability of leadership. You need functional systems to redress grievances, attend to any issues, and to ensure that actions are taken and that they are informed to all. So transparency, openness, systems in place. So immediately you need to know that this is a grievance procedure and this is who you need to go to and this is what you need to do. So the system needs to be very clear and you need to ensure that actions are taken. So sometimes you have a policy in place, but you don't have a system or procedures to action the policies. Sometimes you could have the policies and you have the systems for redress, but nobody wants to take action. And I think that's been an issue with many organizations. At a country level, sometimes we wish the president would take action because we know who's doing the wrong, but no action is taken, right? To get the money back or to get the person pay the consequences of the wrongdoing. And so this ability to take action is also something that leadership needs to have the will to do. Can we move to the next slide? Sorry, voice is going. You need to define clearly who makes decisions. And they are the important and strategic decisions, as well as the routine, everyday and administrative decisions. So for all kinds of decisions, the various kinds of decisions that you make, it needs to be clear who makes the decisions and how decisions are made. Roles and responsibilities of the board, the management, must be well defined and clearly drafted. So the definition needs to be clear, and it needs to be written up in a way that is very, very clear. So I would suggest don't go for legal type language that becomes so unclear that you don't understand it and you need to have a court case. I mean, that's what often happens with the law, right? It has to go to a court and the court then decides what this means. We don't want that. We want the roles and responsibilities to be written up clearly so that everybody understands. We need policies and procedures for equitable and transparent staff recruitment and compensation, for the retention of employees and so on. We need all of these in place. So for staffing, it's recruitment, it's compensation, and it's retention. All of that needs to be addressed, okay? Because you want to be able to pay staff adequately, you want to be able to keep staff and not to have continual movement among staff. You can't steer a ship if there's constant change and flux in relation to who's there and who's doing what. Regular audits are needed, financial audits. You need to have these regularly done. You need annual reports, and you need to publicize the work that you're doing through annual reports, newsletters, websites, etc. So that's the key content or information that I wanted to share. What I'd like you to do now is to spend some time reflecting. I decided, given that we were not sure how many people were going to attend, we went for individual reflection as the method of sharing. So individual reflection and then opening it out to discussion. And again, I'd like you to free write. So I'm just getting my... Okay, if you could free write, we'll put up the, okay, I wish I could tell you which slide, Melanie, that I'm wanting to put up, but I'll try and... The 8 elements.
The handout? Is it the handout?
No, the PowerPoint slide on the 8 elements.
Oh, on the 8 elements. Okay, yeah. Let me find it.
And okay, you all have a handout. So your handout on the 8 elements. But we'll also put it up. Okay. Can you all read those elements there? Yeah. You've also got a handout on the 8 elements. So what I'd like you to do is to spend a few minutes just reflecting on these 8 elements and thinking about which of these are in place in your shelter. So think about your shelter and which of these elements are in place in your shelter. What is working well? What are some of the challenges you face and what should be done to improve things? I'll put this up in the chat function. So what you're reflecting on are these 8 elements. And you thinking about what elements are in place, what is working well, what are some of the challenges in relation to these elements, what can be done to improve things. And start your free write with "in my shelter." And just do a free write on those 8 elements. What's working well? What are some challenges? What should be done? Okay, so can I give you 10 minutes to reflect and write? So write as you, so using writing as your way of reflecting. Do a free write, and I'll give you 10 minutes to do that. And then we come back, and I think we'll get about 5 or 6 people to share what you've written, or the ideas that came to you as you wrote. Is it clear what I'm asking you to do? Okay, so
Yes,
start. Okay, great. I'm taking it as a yes from everybody. So start now, and I will tell you when 10 minutes are up. So just keep writing. If you get stuck, just say, just write stuck, stuck, stuck until a word comes, until a thought comes. So another tip for free writing is to keep your hand moving. Don't stop. Just keep your hand moving and let the thoughts flow like stream of consciousness. So starting now. You're still writing. You can round up your last sentence. We get back together in a minute. Okay, so hopefully you've all had a chance to do some reflection through free writing. And it'd be lovely to hear from at least 5 people. On your own reflections. You've got a hand. I thought I saw a hand.
Yes, it's Moya from the Salvation Army.
Please, please, can you go?
I think we are very fortunate in that we belong to a larger organization, a church, and so our structure is well developed. I think sometimes the application is not always so well applied in our shelter, and that is perhaps something that we need to work on. Not perhaps, it is something we need to work on. But we are very fortunate in that all the practices and principles and applications, objectives, everything is well laid out. And I agree with you that when you have that in place, then the application of it is not only possible, but it's a whole lot easier. Thank you.
Thanks. Rudo, and then Gail.
Thank you very much. We are a small organization, but we are also fortunate because we really have a strong board which monitors the organization and ensures that everything is moving well. So in my shelter, on the good governance, the 8 elements, I realize that we are, to a great extent, ensuring that we abide by them and we are doing them. The rule of law, transparency, responsive, equitable. There is general agreement. We are accountable. We are effective and efficient, and we really participate even in the organization with our ladies and also with other stakeholders. What I will say that the challenges that we might have, which will touch on our good governance, will be challenges with other stakeholders not coming on board. Not us per se, we would have delivered, but you'll find that you'll have challenges with other, like I'll say, the justice system. It delays our systems. In the end, clients become frustrated. Also, on one of the challenges, the biggest one on funding, the funding model, you realize that especially to some of the staff members, to everyone in general, because even the social workers, they compare themselves with the DSD social workers, the benchmark is low. The cooks, the house mothers, we have a funding model, yes, but coming to the salaries, they are very low considered what is done in the shelter. There's so much work that is done. Even funding in the terms of skills development, we are given not much to ensure that the ladies are fully equipped so that when they leave the shelter, they are empowered. So those are some of our challenges, and how it can be resolved or how we can improve on them. It's more constant and more regular communication with the stakeholders, attending to meetings in different forums like the case flow. You realize that different organizations and stakeholders and departments are are part and parcel, and also to continue to voice out. And yeah, I think that's what I can share. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rudo. Gail?
I'm going to be quite brief. Just to say that we are fortunate that we have longevity in that we are 70 years old as an organization with a very stable board and long-standing involvement. So that brings a lot of history and accountability, and also the history of the organization is well understood and well known by the board. Overall, I think we do fairly well in all those 8 elements. Although I need to just mention that the challenge for us is that in the area of transparency, more so, not that we're not transparent, we are transparent, but in the way we showcase our organization really needs some fresh blood, I would say. Most of our board members are older people in society, so we miss the youthfulness of the modern technology, people that the younger generation that understand Facebook and understand the website and how to showcase your organization. So that's an area where we certainly we're way behind, I would think, in that we don't showcase us in a way that we probably could. And I feel that the responsibility for who should take responsibility for that aspect of our function is not clearly defined. So there's an expectation from the board for the staff to do it, but there's an expectation from the staff that it should happen at a higher level. So that area is not well defined, and I think that we probably would need to focus more on that transparency aspect. But in all the other elements, I think we do fairly well in that. So I just thought of mentioning that we have an older board, most retired people that serve on the board, and they have good business sense and good understanding of what is required to run a nonprofit. But there is this area of modern technology that's just not their thing. So that's us in a nutshell.
Thanks, that's really interesting. I was at a workshop last week where people talked a lot about intergenerational working together and the importance of young people learning from older people and working together, you know, so the older, more experienced could also pass on the values, but also so the younger ones could also contribute with the kind of social media stuff that you're talking about. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moya, your hand's up from the last time, or did you want to say something? Moya? Okay, must be from the last time. Anybody else would like to share? Let's hear a few more voices. There's too many of us to go around the room and have everyone say what they reflected, but we would like more people, please. I would. And I'm sure everybody would love to hear from a few more. Look, your experiences just brings this to life. It makes it more real. I've given general stuff, right? But each time we hear your voice, it makes it that much more real. While you're thinking, and I hope to hear from a few more, there was a question about how to do an assessment, and I think this was going back to the board self-assessment. I think there are lots of different ways, and something that I've have a preference for is to start off with having a conversation on what's working well. Because, you know, often when we do assessments or evaluations, we focus on what's not working, and we want to look at the gaps, and then we want to fill the gaps. Sometimes starting with what is working well brings in an energy, a positive energy, a way of putting into words what we might take for granted, right? Because when something's working, when something's going well, we don't really say things are really working well, right? Even when we share with each other at a personal level. And so to focus on what's working well, for me, is a good place to start. You know, so to think about a moment when you were on the board. So if we're doing an assessment with a group of board members, you could start off by saying, okay, what was a moment in this last year that we worked together as a board where you really felt you were so proud and pleased to be on this board? Let's share such a moment. And to get people beginning with what's really working well. Also, you want to build on what's working well, right? So it's not just to bring in positive energy, but to also note it and to work on it so that we get more of that going. What made it work so well could also be something that we look at. So, you know, this for me worked really well. What made it work so well could be a question we ask as well. And how do we make sure we get more of this good stuff going? But also then looking at what are some of the challenges that happened, and to get people to just talk from their experience on the board, and to, you know, create a space that is safe enough where people could also say to each other, you know, when you said that, it really upset me, for example, if something interpersonal like that took place. And you could have the session facilitated, or you could just, you know, do it in a safe space. But what's critical for me is when you're doing such self-assessments, you need to be on, everybody needs to feel they're on safe ground. There are no hidden agendas, and there are no seething issues, undercurrent issues that are going to scupper this safe space and discussion of peers in a strengthening, meaningful, positive way. And that brings me to another issue that we didn't really spend time on in the PowerPoint, but which is really important. I mean, I did mention styles of leadership that people would want to see in their organization, but we didn't spend time going into effective leadership. And I want to just share some things about effective leadership, which comes into a session where you're sharing a self-assessment of a board, for example. And it's being aware of yourself, knowing yourself. So an effective leader, I would say, should have an awareness, a self-awareness, should be able to build trust with other people, right? You need to be authentic, consistent, to be able to build yourself and others, to be so self-aware that you would know even before you're about to put your foot in it that, oh my goodness, you know, to be able to check yourself. And things like human rights, being aware that this is how you live your life is in accordance with principles of human rights, principles of acknowledging the dignity of every single person, every single human being, and every single person that you work with. And broadly, the slogan that I think many of us love, to be the change that you want to see. So as a good leader, you need to try and embody all of that in how you practice. Being self-aware, I said, but also being aware of power. That you are in a position as a leader, you have got power. Now, understanding power is really, really important. Also, understanding that you have power by virtue of the position you are in, right? So as a board chair, as an executive director, you have power. But also to understand that everyone has power. So even the person right at the bottom in your organization's hierarchy does have power and can use their power in ways to bring about good. But equally, all of us have power and can use our power, or let me put it this way, can misuse our power. So it's being aware of the use of power. And when we talk about empowerment, we're talking about power in a positive way, right? That power can strengthen. So a woman who comes into a shelter who feels totally bereft, totally like she has absolutely no power, can leave feeling empowered through a process of counseling, of being in the shelter, of being given support, etc., all the things that you do in a shelter. She might leave feeling empowered. How to build power is important, and those are positive forms and manifestations of power. And that's what we want to explore and build in the world and in our work. We don't want misuse of power. We don't want the power over other people. And so for me, leadership, understanding power, but more than anything else, being self-aware and understanding your role and how you can do good through the position of leadership that you hold in an organization is really important. So I just wanted to say a little bit about the use of power. And so, I mean, when it comes back to the self-assessment, one can work hard to create that as a safe space of sharing if you don't have people in the process who are wanting to pull one over someone else, who are wanting to show up somebody else, right? Who brings in negativity. And somehow that's what you need to, that's what we're always working with, because always there is the potential for conflict. Always there is the potential of people misusing or abusing power. And all of these things that we've talked about and all of these elements that we've talked about as well. You can't have transparency, accountability, equitable ways of working, responsiveness, if there are power struggles and if there's negativity and if there are people wanting to pull each other down. So again, it brings me back to what I was saying earlier about organizations that are about people and interactions among people, and the elements of good governance and good governance structures. You want to put them in place so that you can create a more harmonious working together of human beings within the structures of an organization. Do we have any sharings, any hands? Okay, so I'd like us to spend a few minutes looking at the board slide. Can we look at the slide? I think it's number 15, slide 15, Melanie. You've also got this in your handout.
Sure.
It might be easier to just look at this PowerPoint slide rather than the handout, but you've got the handout as well. Okay, so again, I'd like you to spend a few minutes just reflecting on this, looking at the important functions that a board performs, and to spend a few minutes, 10 minutes again for free writing, where you just spend some time thinking about your shelter, what's working well in relation to the board functioning. Is the board performing all of these functions? What's working well? What are some of the challenges? What are some of the actions that need to be taken to improve the board's functioning? So if you can spend 10 minutes from now free writing as a form of reflection. Okay, if you can round up your last sentence, many of you probably stopped writing already. And again, if we can have a few people sharing, it would be so lovely. Anybody would like to share? No takers. Is this too sensitive to share? Maybe you don't have to say what's happening or not happening on your board. Maybe just share. Do you think this has covered key issues that a board should be performing? And what are some of the challenges you have with boards? Rudo, please.
When I look at this, yeah, some of the things are in place, quite a number. They are in place, but the biggest challenge, all of them, they are in place. Compliance with the organization's mission and vision. The main challenge that I see there is with fundraising. But the others are fine, establishing policies, hiring, yes. It's on fundraising, which will touch as well on the financial health of the organization. Because very few board members participate or assist. And I understand the cake, you know, the slices are being taken, the fundraising community is so difficult to penetrate in as much as us, maybe as well as directors, when we get time, we also assist. So the biggest challenge is with fundraising. Some board members, yes, they are there, but to participate in the fundraising is the biggest challenge. And I don't know, because maybe as well, because of fundraising. But we are there sometimes to assist as the managers, as the directors on what will be required on some of the things. But my biggest challenge is that one of fundraising, and also now on the financial health of especially small NPOs. That's when we are really affected. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Gary?
Hi. Yeah, I think the mission and vision we don't have a problem with. Establishing fundraising goals, we seem to, as a board, all have those goals that we want to, what we want to get from funders. We hardly ever achieve that. Assessment of the NGO activities. The project manager always gives a feedback report at every board meeting. So I think they're pretty up to speed with the activities that we are doing, although they don't visit. That's a problem that I have in assessment of the NGO activities. I think in the last year, I don't think, if you take from the last financial year ending February, I think they might have visited the site once. We do feel that that's totally inadequate. We do understand that they have full-time jobs, but we do feel that they need to come and see the nuts and bolts of what's happening. Yes. Establishing policies. And now I'm speaking about the board and I'm the chairperson, so yes. But I'm also a hands-on chairperson. I work every single day at site. I'm involved in the financial management as well as fundraising and dealing with the funders. So, yeah, so I'm talking about myself here as well, but I fulfill a completely different role, I think, to a lot of chairpersons of the board. Establishing policies, that's left entirely up to us. They're not even assessed or looked at by our board. We left entirely, and then social development look at them, and social development do the assessment and say change here, change there. Hiring of executive director, I wish they would hire me. I'd feel a lot better. Financial health of the organization. Last financial year, we had a very, very strong financial year. This year, it's not going that well. The year before, it went very badly. The year before that, it was good. So we've got a very nice graph that looks like the Alps. Our annual budget and annual work plan, we've tried this, and maybe this is a failure on my part because I just said that I deal with the finances. We put in an annual budget, and that's a nice to have. This is nice what we want. And then you have a look, and the work plan on achieving that budget is we're going to approach X amount of funders every month and or per week, whatever it is. And we hope to get the finances that we're projecting for the following year. As far as being financially stable and the health, and going back to the health of the organization, I attended some seminar about NGOs a while back, must have been about 10 years ago. And the guy that was doing the presentation said that he believes that a non-profit organization should have enough funding in a bank account in reserve to be able to run for 12 months if no other funding ever comes in. Sure, that would be lovely. I think we're sitting on about 4 months if we're very, very lucky.
Yeah.
And then NGO representation. I don't really have an understanding of what that one was. I think I must have missed that during the...
Oh, it's about representing the organization. Board members would be the face of the organization and represent them in the public arena.
Okay, we have one board member which she would fall under fundraising. She also does our awareness, So she's a fundraiser awareness person. And then the rest, if I had to ask the guys in our church, if we fall under our missions department, who's on our board, they probably wouldn't be able to tell me. Our treasurer performs the function of treasurer and presents our finances to the auditors, but doesn't get involved in any outside activities outside of that function. The additional member, she's there just to support us. She knows a bit about our organization, and she will vote on anything that we need voted on in the. And then the secretary of the organization, that's her sole. That's the only thing that she does. She takes the minutes and presents the minutes at the next board meeting. So, as far as representation of the board and in the community, it's we fall very short on that. Thank you. I've spoken far too much. Sorry.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks. So something that strikes me that needs to be said is, yes, you want the board to be actively engaged, to come to the shelter, to know what's going on there, but you also don't want too much of that, right? So it's like it's a balance we need. The board needs to be clear of its roles and functions and performs them, but also needs to give the management team and the staff the space to do what they have been hired to do. So you don't want a board that's too interfering in the day-to-day, but neither do you want a board that's so distant that they have no idea what's going on in the organization.
It concerns me, both my wife and I, my wife is the project manager. We both started this organization together. She's the project manager, and
Yes.
both of us got COVID in December, and both of us have comorbidities. What would have happened if the two of us, there would have been nobody on the board that would have been able to guide anybody, and that's also succession planning, I understand.
Yes, yes.
But the board would have had not a clue. Our
Yeah.
board, if you go and ask them now how many residents we've got, they don't even know that. They don't know
Yeah.
what food is there. I don't want them to interfere, but I would really like them to have a better understanding of what we do
Yes.
and a better knowledge of what we do.
Yes.
Not on the aim of. Also, if critical decisions need to be taken at the board, I believe that they should know how the organization is running, so they can make educated decisions on things that are put to the board.
Yes. Thanks for that, Gary. Be lovely to hear from somebody who hasn't spoken so far. We're nearing the closing, so maybe at this stage you don't have to necessarily talk on the board, but any of the issues, any of the elements, any of the best practice issues, any of the presentation, any aspect of the presentation that we went through today. If you'd like to comment from your experience, we'd really love to hear from you. So now I'm going to put you all on the spot. What I'd like to do, so this is partly closing, partly also hearing from you about one or two things that struck you during the day, or half the day that we've had together. If we can just go around the room and get each person to just say what your experience has been of today. So either something that struck you from the presentation, something that you're taking away. Maybe also it's a good moment to go back to your first free writing I'll give you a few minutes to just go back to the first free writing that you did when we started out. And that was free writing on what I understand by governance is, I think, with the opening few words, but it was your own understanding of governance you started with. And go back and look at that. And then in this go around, just to say, again, share your name with Shelter and say something about what you're taking away from this session after having heard the conversation, the inputs by people who did share their own experiences and from the presentation itself. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to call names because it's just easier to go that way. And it's a space where at least now in closing, we'd hear each one's voice in the room. Can we start with Safia?
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Safia.
Okay. So I think for me, I'm still very, I'm convinced that I still have a lot to learn. I still have a lot to learn. I thought I had it figured out. Yeah, but after today, I'm convinced that I have a lot to learn, and I feel responsible because I'm just I'm from Sisters of Light Shelter in Nigel, by the way, and I'm the shelter manager. But
Safia,
from what I'm and I think we need clear. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you now. Thank you.
All right. I don't know where did you lose me earlier?
The signal is quite bad from your side. It keeps coming and going.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We just got into load shedding now, so I think we're gonna keep losing signal. Yeah, but let me just end off quickly and say that yeah, it's clear that we have a long way to go with regards to governance and SOPs and stuff like that. I think for us, the challenge arose that when we were setting up the center, we only had one candidate that we sent for training with regards to governance and standard operating procedures and all of these type of things. And when that person left, we basically, all the lights went out. And so now we're sitting in the dark. So one thing that stood out in that regard was the gentleman who spoke about the succession planning. That's something that our organization needs to really put a lot of effort into. Yeah, other than that, I'm just really astounded by how much we still have to learn, but enthusiastic and ready for the challenge. I don't know if they could hear me.
Yes, thank you, Safia. Shamim, are you still with us? Can everybody hear me? Hi, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I think we may have lost Shamim again. Sorry, the load shedding is really putting a strain on our virtual trainings. If you can please bear with us, as soon as she's back on, she'll take it from there.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody can hear me. I've lost sound completely.
I can hear you.
Okay, Shamimi is busy logging on again. She'll be in shortly.
So terribly sorry, everybody. I just got thrown off and it's not even load shedding. But here we go. So Safia, have you shared?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And after you, did anyone say anything?
No.
Okay, so we've heard from Safia. I'll catch up with Melanie, what Safia said. Thokozani, can we hear from you?
Unfortunately for me, I was out for a moment, so I couldn't hear what your last point was. So
Well, it's just we sort of in our closing session. So I'd like to just hear from everyone. How you're feeling? How is this workshop for you? What are some of the things you're taking away?
all right, no, thank you. As for me, I could say I can applaud you for this meeting. The meeting was very informing, and thanks to you, the way you facilitated it went very well. So I now have a few understanding on what governance is, which is something to take on as a member of the board and assist where I can assist through the information that you just gave us today in terms of governance and how to run the organization that we are trusted to run as members. I've taken quite a lot of things that you were talking about. Some of the things that I was not aware of them. Some of the things I knew them, but again, we didn't have that bold and courage of taking them. We didn't. Maybe I don't have for that better word to use. We didn't have that courage or that thing or knowledge whether it's our duty or it's not our duty. So the shifting blame there, it was happening because we didn't know whether it's something that need us to handle it or not. I had a question also earlier, which was about the assessment, the right criteria to use when we are assessing ourselves in order to know whether are we still on the right track or not.
Yes.
I think the right criteria for assessment. What is it that we need to do? The right thing.
Yeah.
That is not illegal, but something that is right, that is legal to handle, that won't put us into a corner whereby we need to deal with some of the stakeholders that we were supposed to protect ourselves into that. And maybe another question was
Thokozani, could you speak a bit louder, please?
Sorry for that. Yes, so I need to know the criteria to use. What is the best one to use whenever we have a crisis or to assess ourselves as members, whether we are moving forward or we are just stagnant. The right approach, the right way, whether external, because I also heard that you mentioned something like maybe the one that is external can also assist us, but the one that is internal, that the one that we should do. How must we handle that one?
Can I just ask which shelter you're from, Thokozani?
Pat Plus shelter.
Oh, thanks. So, yes, thanks for that. And just very quickly, the criteria will be in relation to the roles and responsibilities. So, I kept saying one needs to be clear about the roles and responsibilities, clear about the policies, clear about what you're setting out to do. And so that will be the criteria against which you will assess, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So the clarity is really, really key. Because if you don't have that clarity, it's very difficult to assess. Kim, can we hear from you?
Hi, Shamim and everyone.
Hi.
I think for us, so this workshop has been very valuable, particularly from what Shamim has, all the details that was covered, as well as the insights from the different, the other organizations that's also participating that shared. So there's definitely some points that we will be looking into, because we, as a shelter, we are also members of the Western Cape Women Shelter Movement, and of course the National Shelter Movement. So we're wanting to also look into how we can include not only in our own organizations, but also within the WSM body, to see how we can also strengthen our policies and governance within the WSM. I think I definitely resonate with what some organizations were saying. Like one of the last speakers, where where sometimes it's actually more of the whether it's the management or the staff that drive like the policies and the governance, and sometimes where the board actually somehow do not have that the know-how or the maybe even, I don't know, I'm not even sure whether to say keenness to get into that, or interest. Let me say interest, because sometimes it's not everyone's interest, particularly with all board members. So I hear you as well, Shamim, and you spoken about in terms of our selection of board members, and we're eager to have board members on, and we're excited that other people are excited to be on our board, and then afterwards realize, oops, we actually don't have the skill, including around governance, that we are needing within the, and we sometimes overlook this. So I mean, a lot of food for thought, and I still feel within our organization, our policies in some way are a bit more, I mean, they are supportive, of course, of staff in keeping with the laws and labor law and human rights. That's important for me. However, I still feel there's certain lean towards being more punitive, and I mean, we'll just have to just make some considerations and just revise that. But I don't know whether it's just me, where it just sits within me, a slight discomfort of that sort of punitive approach. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Can we hear from Advocate Madonsela?
Hello, ma'am.
Can you speak up a bit?
On my side, I'd like to say thank you for this workshop, and I've learned a lot about being a board member, and I've learned a lot of governance. Some I was not aware of, but now I'm aware, and then I'll be able to go back to the board and then share with them, and then continue to fix where we were lacking. That all from me.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Rudo?
Thank you so much. It was very informative. I think we got more insight and corrections where we have to correct. I loved the last part where you talked about the effective leadership. Yeah, you know, that one I will not only take it to the board, but also to the leadership, mainly the social workers, because they supervise social auxiliary workers, the senior house mother. You know, it really reflects not just for the board, but for the staff as well, whoever is in leadership position. Thank you very much. It was very an informative workshop. Thank you.
Thanks, Rudo. Gail? Gail? Okay, I'm not sure if Gail's still here. Gail,
Thank you.
Oh, Gail, okay, I was
Yeah,
going to
what
read.
I'm taking away from this today, firstly, I just want to.
Oh, Gail did say she has an unstable connection. Gail has a comment in the chat where she says the connection is unstable. Let's see if she comes back. James, can we hear from you?
Good day. Okay, for me, the session was very, very informative. As a chair of our organization, because I'm the chair of Athlone House of Strength, in short, AOS. When it comes to the implementation of policies, okay, we with our last evaluation report that we received from the Department of Social Development, okay, it was actually a very good report that we received from them. But you see, where there is a lack when it comes to, not actually a lack, where we don't have actually control of appointing board members, because our organization, the members has been elected from our various churches. That is 5 churches that is involved in our organizations. So which means they select their own members in the and they become board members, and so then we have to do planning and training and all that sort of things. So that is for me a bit of a challenge. And okay, then also we've been appointed for 2 years to serve on the board. After the 2 years, then there's new board member members that comes in. So again, we have to redo that training and stuff, if I can put it like that, because that is for me a challenge. But when it comes to the governance part, I can say we really do very good, because with my background as the compliance officer, because I'm very strong when it comes to governance issues. So yeah, and then okay, then also there's our strategic implementation plan. We still have to implement that as well. But I say, okay, when it comes to policies now, I can say we organization, we adhere to all those when once the policies have been implemented, the adherence to that is very good from our as an organization. Thank you. That is my part.
Thanks. Thank you so much, James. Jacob, can we hear from you? Jacob?
For me, the workshop was more of a...
Can you please speak a bit louder?
Okay, louder?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. If you could come a bit closer, would that help? Try.
Okay, now?
Yes, okay.
Okay, I'm saying the workshop was a reiteration and reaffirmation of the good work that the board is doing since we took over in 2018, having implemented a number of control measures and systems to make sure that the organization is compliant in terms of good corporate governance. So it was more of a reaffirmation and actually a reminder that you just need to keep our fingers on the taps where they're supposed to be.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam Fredericks, can we hear from you? Miriam? Okay, I'm not sure if Miriam can hear us. Miriam, can you hear us? Can we, okay, so can we see if Miriam comes back? The next person is Tora. Tora, can we hear from you?
Yes, I'm Thora Mansfield from the Open Door Crisis Care Centre in Pinetown. So I started the Open Door as a founder 25 years ago. We've just had our 25th AGM. Ours is a bit more complicated because we have 7 projects and our women's shelter is just one of them, which is one of the first shelters to gain accreditation in KwaZulu-Natal to take in victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation. And in 2018, we were granted accreditation to open one of the first men's shelters in the country. I think there's one other in Cape Town and Pietermaritzburg. So, whilst I said we have 6 staff members in total, our organization has 24 staff members, with 7 other projects. We've just come out of a 2-day governance workshop with Ubuntu, which really reinforced, which you have today reinforced the importance of good governance. And so the things that we were lacking, we've now put into place. Our board has been selected straight after our AGM. And through experience, excuse me, we've made sure that we have representatives from the legal, the medical, the financial. And because we're dealing with social problems, trauma, and directly victims of rape and abuse in our main center, we make sure that we have a psychologist on our board as well. So the succession plan is really, really important. So when I started the organization, it was certainly passion orientated. So my daughter, who has been with me since we started the organization 25 years ago, she's been groomed with the support of the board to take over. So while I had the heart and the compassion, she is very strong in head and a good leader in terms of administration. So and her passion is upskilling staff. So it means that we believe, or she believes, we do believe that the best component, even apart from the board, is being able to have staff that are happy. And so the new modern thinking in corporate is that staff take time off to relax, they take time off. And so we've invested in the staff taking the house mothers out because they have a very, very difficult job, take them out to lunch. We take the social workers out to lunch and give them the opportunity of actually taking a couple of hours off and just going and doing nothing and come back, especially as we are more and more aware of mental illness and the effect that COVID, that the looting and the poverty and the flooding has had. So that is how we feel it. I'm fanatical about policy and procedure. So everything you've said today has been reinforced. And then the gaps that we have not put in place from Ubuntu certainly will be put in place. I have found it really, really valuable. And yeah, it was a great workshop, and thank you so much. And it just means that when I leave, eventually fully retire, I can leave an organization that is well run, that is functioning, has a strong board, but more importantly, or to balance the strong board, to be able to have staff that are looked after, because they are our greatest commodity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Miriam, are you back? Can we hear from you, Miriam? Okay, then can we hear from Nadia, please?
Thank you so much, Shameen. I found your presentation to be very informative, especially within the aspect of practice for good governance. Also, why governance is so vital with regards to donors and fundraising as an organization. As a center manager, I'm very involved with fundraising and with my relationship with donors. And I found that your presentation has basically enhanced the way I liaise with donors as well. Sahara is a project of Phoenix Child Welfare, and we have a staff complement of 35 altogether, with Sahara having 9 staff members. So you mentioned so much about staff and the way we should work together as team, and it's something that I'm very big on, as working as a team, and it just reaffirms that what we're doing is right. And I also liked the reaffirmation of the organogram, because I find that many fail in terms of who and what levels we report to. So your presentation was on the spot, and I'm glad that we are doing so much of what you have presented. So thank you so much.
Thanks for that. And I have to share with all of you that Phoenix Child Welfare is an organization I helped to found. So I was a young social worker in 1978 when Phoenix was set up as a township. The first residents had just moved into the newly built houses built by the Durban Corporation for Working Class Indians. And I, as the first social worker, I had to set up Phoenix Child Welfare. Also, I had to play a part in recruiting the board. So Verulam Child Welfare, which was already in existence and not so far away, I think 15 kilometers or something away, they ran caretaker social work services for the Phoenix community, the newly settled community. And Verulam Child Welfare appointed me to set up the Phoenix Child Welfare. So I should have mentioned that my experience in governance and running organizations actually dates back to then. But it's really lovely to see that Phoenix Child Welfare has grown and is now running a shelter as well. So I just had to share that, given that Nadia comes from the same organization. Okay, so can we hear from Moya? Would you like to share briefly?
Thank you, Shameen. Yes, well, I agree to a large extent with what Gary had to say, in that most of our board members are full-time employed. And so, although committed, caring, and faithful, they're limited as to the amount of time and effort they can contribute. And I think that makes it even more essential to get the right people on our board to cover the areas of expertise that we as managers and staff do not have. And that would be from basic maintenance to the legal field. I think what today has really reaffirmed to me is that understanding and acceptance of roles, sharing of information, and respect for each other's strengths is what makes us a good board and helps us apply good governance. Thank you for all that you have shared with us today. It's really appreciated. Bless you. Thank you.
Thanks, Moya. Gary, would you like to share?
Hi, yeah. I've enjoyed all the sessions that I've attended in this governance. I've really learned a lot, even although we've been in the non-profit sector for 19 years. You're never too, I don't want to say too old because I'm ancient, but I don't think you're ever too old to learn new things, and also some things that you've learned in the past but you might not be applying now. They've been reaffirmed that you need to go back and look at that. I just want to say about our board is very dedicated. They're sold out to what Shelley and I do. They're very supportive in the areas that that they are serving in. And we love our board, we really do. They've been with us, some of them for 8 years already. So I really appreciate what our board do. I think it's getting to the age or to the end of where Shelley and I are, and maybe this road that we're traveling, that concerns me, that the board don't know as much as what they do. But I want to thank you for these sessions. They've been awesome. They've really been great. Really appreciated everything. And I'm sorry I had to miss out on the middle of it today. Would really like, going to definitely have a look at the recording. And I have the notes and everything that was sent, so I'm definitely going to go through that. Thank you very much.
Great. So thank you to everybody. It's been lovely to hear each one of you who've shared, the goings on in your shelters, because as I say, that brings the story to life. Also, no one organization is like another. So each story is very specific and very interesting, because each one raises different issues for us. So thank you so much for your participation, and all the best. I mean, I know fundraising is the biggest issue and problem. And hopefully having sound governance in place, having good organizations in place will help. Because I always say to organizations, donors exist and they need good projects. They need good organizations to support, because that's why donors exist, right? To support organizations like yours. So hopefully you will find the donors that would be willing to invest in your organization. And the better your governance structures, the better you are organized, the better you can show and prove to be organizations that will run efficiently and effectively, I think the better your chance of getting fundraising. Again, just a way in which all these things are so interlinked, because I know a previous workshop was on fundraising. This workshop is on governance, yet the links are there and are so close. So thanks to everybody, and good luck with all the wonderful work that you're doing.
Thank you, Shamim. Thank you so much for facilitating the governance workshop. It was very informative, and I know everybody has enjoyed it and has learned from it. Yet again, to everybody, thank you for joining and attending as well, even with all our horrific load shedding that we experienced during that day, with everyone being on and off. Like I have mentioned previously, recordings as well as presentation will be sent through to everybody. Thank you, everybody, and I wish you all a lovely, blessed day further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Melanie. Bye.
Bye-bye, Melanie.
Bye. Have a good day.
Cheers.
Thank you.